Good evening and welcome to the Minnesota FFA Foundation Great Minnesota Give Together Telethon. I'm Jasmine Stringer and it is my pleasure to be your co-host tonight with the lovely Val Arsvold. And we are just going to be sharing all of the wonderful things that the students involved in FFA in the state of Minnesota have been doing this year. We are here to raise money tonight. It is a telethon. We would like to raise $92,000, that's right, $92,000, because FFA is 92 years old. So that's a big number. So Val, for those not familiar with FFA in the state of Minnesota, what is FFA?
Oh, thank you so much for asking. So if you're tuned in, you probably have some association with our organization, but I certainly want to give a little bit more information about it. So FFA originated with some farm boys who wanted to study and learn better techniques in and around agriculture and to become better farmers. But some exciting things have happened, and FFA continued to meet the needs of students, and it's evolved to not only being production agriculture, but being natural resources and food science, animal science, and so much more. And so we are excited because in Minnesota right now, there are over 35,000 students who are enrolled in our classes.
Wow, that's a big number, 35,000 students, and that's greater Minnesota and also some of the metropolitan area?
Exactly. What's really neat and for people to realize is FFA is not only in the rural environment, it's also in the metro. So here in St. Paul, we're close to St. Paul right now as we broadcast today. They have vibrant programs that are serving their students, meeting their students where they're at as far as their education, and then helping them to be successful.
Well, I love what you said, Val, about meeting the students where they're at. People don't know this, but I'm a farmer. I always say that I married a farmer, but you know, I do a lot of gardening and I sell these canned goods, so that qualifies me as a farmer, doesn't it?
Definitely. When I think about your role there, and as we've gotten to know each other, it's been fun to hear you are involved in that farm as well. And we are a big family, and we want to recognize all that are helping to support that industry.
And I think it's amazing to talk about agriculture, especially in the great state of Minnesota. People don't realize how important agriculture is to our state's economy. And not only the production side, but the corporate side, the animals, DNR, just so many different aspects.
So our students are in high demand, as you might guess. And so not only do we help them become successful, they're graduating at a rate about 10% higher than the state average if they're involved in career and technical education, which agricultural education is part of. So once they get through their education, now they become very productive members of our society. They are out there setting goals, doing entrepreneurship type work, being great employees for others, and overall just really meeting the need of agriculture, because as you said, agriculture is significant in Minnesota and we need talent, and so we're helping to feed that talent.
And I would say that not only is it significant in Minnesota, but it's significant in the world when we think about how do you feed a quote-unquote starving planet. I think they said that we're going to need to feed 50 billion people by the year 2040.
It's exciting, and I think not only are they developing the skills to grow the food and the fuel and the fiber, but they're also really challenging themselves to think about things in a new way. How can they develop the skills so that they can be part of the solution? And as I think about, we all wish we were at the Minnesota State Fair together today. Think of all those people. And so yes, we're not together today to do that, but we are together today to celebrate these young people, to make sure that they have the support that they need.
Yeah, well, you mentioned we're not at the Minnesota State Fair or the Great Minnesota Get Together, and I will tell you, one of my favorite things at the Minnesota State Fair is the CHS Miracle of Birth Center. And I know that the FFA students are normally really volunteers. The FFA building is connected there. I've done programming on the FFA stage right out there. But we're going to have an animal today, aren't we, here for tonight's telethon?
Oh, we have so many fun things planned tonight. I just am excited. You are in fact right. We will have a FFA member here with his goat project. We'll be in the patio out back, and so we'll get a chance to get a little bit of that state fair feel and flavor.
Okay, so for those wanting to support tonight, I understand that there are two ways you can give. You can support and give directly to the FFA Foundation, or you can designate or earmark your funds to go to your region. Is that correct?
Perfect. So as we look at Minnesota FFA and agricultural programs across the state, we have a structure that really highlights various parts of our state. So we have 8 regions, and they do represent and serve students. So that is how you can give to the overall cause and mission of the Minnesota FFA Foundation, or you can direct it to a region.
Yep, and so we have some great sponsors tonight that are going to be donating or matching up to $5,000, right, Val?
That is right.
And so those matching fund sponsors are AI Corn, AURI, CoBank, Your Family, First International Bank and Trust, Paul Hansen Family, Jean and Keith Johnson, Minnesota Agri-Growth Council, Nick and Valerie Velde, I hope I pronounced that correctly, and Dr. Curtis Youngs.
Well, we hope that you will get behind what all of these felt was an important cause, and that is to support this Minnesota FFA Foundation Telethon. So the first $5,000 that comes in through individual gifts through our mobile cause, our fundraising page, or to text MNFFA to 71777, those dollars will be matched. And as you shared, we've got a great group of people who believe wholeheartedly in what FFA and agricultural education can do for students. So we hope that you will all take advantage of that matching opportunity.
Oh yeah, I hope so. I hope some people take advantage of that matching opportunity. I just want to turn it over to the monitor right now. So we are going until 8 p.m. tonight because there are 8 FFA regions in the state of Minnesota. And I hope there's some friendly competitions amongst the regions. I love a little competition. So I hope that there's some competition. Right now we have $40,435.62, 35 donors, 6 different fundraisers going on, if I'm reading that correctly. So I can't wait to see this number go up. I hope that we can get it at least to 41,000 before the half of the hour.
And that number looks as a good starting spot because of the help of our purple ribbon sponsors and our blue ribbon sponsors. And I just want to give a shout out right now to our purple ribbon sponsors, which include Ag Country Farm Credit Services, Compeer Financial Services, Cargill, Minnesota Farm Bureau, and Minnesota Farmers Union Foundation. So we're excited and appreciative of those, and we'll continue to celebrate our sponsors throughout the night.
And then I just want to recognize some supporters that have already made donations. Laura Durbin, Russ Runk, Robin Kidney, and a donation to celebrate Hannah Summers' birthday and her sister Abby. And then we also have had some support towards Region 3 from Ronald Branch and Region 5 from Jean Birch.
And now we're going to send it over to a nice look at our Region 1 FFA programs. And as we get ready to do that, we want to talk a little bit about who's in that region.
Oh, yeah.
So we'll take
Yeah, so we are going to have the Minnesota FFA Foundation Board Chair, Jean Johnson, Governor Tim Walz, Region 1 President Wyatt Halverson, State Senator Laney Swears, State Treasurer Elena Knott, and the Region 1 members. Again, welcome Region 1.
And as we think about those individuals who are sharing messages, I just need to share, first off, thank you for being with us tonight, Jasmine. You are a great advocate for agriculture. I know that you've got some really neat projects that you've been working on, and hopefully throughout the night we'll be able to talk a little bit about those. But I think it was so rewarding when we made the ask of some of our special guests, our VIP messages to come in. People resoundingly said, yes, I would love to share a message of support, because we know the value of investing in students, and we hope that you all will invest in these students as well. And we tonight are asking you to give a gift to the Minnesota FFA Foundation. As Jasmine said, we have identified a goal of $92,000. Why 92? As Jasmine said, that's what we're entering in from Minnesota FFA. We're moving into our 92nd year of making a difference in the lives of our young people.
And I will tell you, Val, you remember 2 years ago, I had an opportunity to volunteer at the FFA state competition or state convention at the University of Minnesota's campus. I was so impressed by the students. And again, you know, FFA, the broader umbrella falls under agriculture, but I really believe that these young people are getting life skills that they will carry with them throughout their lifetime.
I agree with you. I think that it's an investment worth making. I've seen it both myself with my own father, who was an active FFA member, myself, and my own children. And it's so rewarding to see. And I just think of my own journey and knowing that my journey isn't everybody's journey, but everybody is going to advance through our programs and have success. And it's going to look different for each person. But isn't that the beauty of a program?
That is a wonderful beauty, because when we talk about diversity and inclusion, especially in these days, it's important to recognize that diversity and inclusion is not just race and gender, but it's also diversity of thought, diversity of perspective, and diversity of skills. And so there is an opportunity for every student to find a place to connect and get involved in FFA.
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm ready to watch some messages from our VIPs.
I am so excited.
And we hope that while you're watching this, you'll see across the bottom of your screen an opportunity to give. That information is there for you. So please help us start raising dollars. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I am so glad you joined us for the first ever Minnesota FFA Foundation Telethon. I'm Jean Johnson from Ag Country Farm Credit Services, and I currently serve as board chair for the Minnesota FFA Foundation. Thank you so much for tuning in from your home, office, shop, or perhaps you're even in the field. Since you're already listening, you probably know the value of the FFA. But just in case you haven't heard, I just wanted to share a few ways the Minnesota FFA Foundation supports youth who are involved in ag education and FFA. One of my favorite programs is the Blue Jackets Bright Futures program that provides members with an FFA jacket of their very own. I can't tell you how enlightening it is to read some of the special thank you letters from those that receive the jackets. And since we rely on strong FFA chapters for the growth and development of these young people, the foundation also supports chapter growth through a program called the Legacy Club program. We also support the Teach Ag Minnesota efforts, recognizing the need for new teachers and the importance of supporting current teachers, who really are the ones who encourage, coach, and inspire greatness in the students. Beyond this, there are scholarships, leadership conferences, and many other special projects that are supported through the Minnesota FFA Foundation. Just recently, I had the opportunity to meet most of the 2020 state officers at a training session, and it reminded me that our future is in great hands. The leadership skills that they already possess is amazing, and each of them express such a positive attitude as we move into uncharted territory in our world. With over 10,000 students in FFA in Minnesota, and around 200 chapters actually, our future is in great hands. I hope you'll join me in supporting the future of agriculture. Any gift you give today is worth every penny. Thanks so much for joining the telethon. Take care.
Children and my wife, I thank Hi everyone, Governor Tim Walz here. I know we're all missing the State Fair and the wonderful memories it provides, but I'm really glad that we're gathering as FFA members, instructors, and supporters for the Great Minnesota Give Together. COVID-19's been tough on all of us, but it's made one thing really clear. We need to stick together and support one another more than ever. To the young ag leaders in ag, food, natural resource programs across the state, you're positioned better than anybody to make a difference. Career and technical education is about giving you the tools you need to succeed and then letting you lead and contribute to our communities. As you continue your journey, I encourage you to lean on one another, to think creatively about what you want our future to look like, and remember how important your work and ideas are. As a teacher, a coach, and now as governor, it's clear to me that the best ideas often come from our youngest leaders. So keep on leading. And to the instructors, parents, and supporters of FFA who are on today, know that your sacrifices are not taken for granted. Your investment in this program makes it all possible, so thank you. I look forward to seeing you all in person next time if it's at all possible. Thanks, everyone.
Hi there, I'm Wyatt Halverson from the Thief River Falls FFA chapter, currently serving as this year's Region 1 president. I have been given the awesome opportunity to introduce Region 1 to the Minnesota FFA Association Telethon. Region 1 may be the smallest population-wise, but there is no doubt that we have some of the biggest and most unique personalities throughout the state. Without further ado, please sit back and enjoy some of these inspiring stories from agriculturalists and members in Region 1.
My FFA journey started in 9th grade when my sister Lindsay encouraged me to join the Nursery Landscape CDE with her. FFA at that time was about following the footsteps of not only my older sister Lindsay, but my parents and my older siblings Ty, Casey, Bailey. This experience in FFA really started me out, but after I competed in Nursery Landscape, I found that FFA wasn't only following in my siblings' footsteps, but it was so much more than that. I was able to go to a conference called Intense, and it was the first ever one, and let me tell you, it was a blast. The Intense conference was designed for students to learn more about opportunities in ag careers. While we were there, we toured campuses across Minnesota, as well as went on farm visits. One of them was touring a huge dairy farm and a shrimp farm that I didn't even know existed before that day. We also toured universities, and one that stuck out to me was Crookston. I went there and my ag teacher was telling us all about her opportunities that she experienced while she was a student at the University of Minnesota Crookston. I thought it was super cool, and I didn't even imagine my ag teacher going to college before she was teaching in the classroom. I could really see myself in Crookston, and because of the Intense conference, I am going to be starting college at the University of Minnesota Crookston in 5 days, where I will be pursuing agriculture education. FFA provides students with numerous opportunities and career exploration that they can take into their future. FFA has done so much for countless students across Minnesota. I am so thankful for my ag teachers, the supporters, alumni, and everyone else who supports FFA.
I am beyond stoked that I am a part of the Ambassadors Program and cannot wait for the opportunities that will be given to me. I would like to share with you my FFA story, and it all starts back in the 7th grade. I moved to Fertile in the 7th grade and I was very nervous. I didn't think I would fit in or make friends. My FFA teacher ended up seeing that I was a bit nervous, but I had a big personality. I was super loud and super positive and always full of energy, and we took that to our advantage. She ended up putting me in my first LDE, which was Creed speaking, and I was beyond nervous, but very grateful for that. I ended up placing 7th place my first year, but that didn't stop me from exceeding. The next year, I ended up doing Creed speaking again and placing first and advancing to state. The lesson and experience from Creed speaking will never be forgotten. I ended up continuing my development in public speaking and continuing on into extemporaneous speaking, which my first year I placed 3rd, and I was so proud of myself. My public speaking voice has developed throughout the years, and I could not be prouder of myself and the way and the person I am becoming. In freshman year, I fell in love with FFA and continued with my journey. I ended up trying out for region office and got on the team. I was the youngest member and beyond excited for the opportunities that I was being given. I was able to influence not just my chapter, but my whole region and more. I was able to teach classes, show workshops, and much more. I was so proud of myself, and FFA gave me all of those opportunities. I also tried other CDEs, such as Nursery and Landscape and Small Animals. I wasn't very fond of them, but I'm so happy I tried them. I ended up learning so much about myself that I didn't even know, and FFA gave me that. Through FFA, I was also able to influence the younger generations, such as 3rd graders, 4th graders, and much younger, such as kindergartners. I was able to bring agriculture into the classroom and tell them where chocolate milk comes from, and that's not from brown cows. And they were so excited to learn about that. The lights that went off in them, including myself, I was able to teach something that was amazing. And I am so grateful for all the opportunities that I've been given, including my teacher. She is an amazing woman, and I am so happy to have her in my life. I don't know where my life would be. She was a major influence in developing my character, not just in FFA, but in reality. So thank you all to Minnesota FFA for helping me develop the character I am today, and through FFA for giving me the opportunities that I never thought would even be there.
My FFA story started way back in 9th grade when I wanted more success in the poultry competition. See, outside of FFA, I had trophies, I had pins, plaques, recognition, and I wanted to join FFA simply to add more to my wall. So I walked into my poultry competition that day and I was dominating until the awards ceremony, when I did not do as well as I wanted to, or well at all, actually. But that's when I learned something. I started to wonder, why am I giving so much time into something when it's not giving me anything that I want? I didn't have a plaque to hang on my wall, therefore I was done with this organization. Then later that year, I walked into the ag classroom with one of my friends. Of all the days to walk into that classroom, it just happened to be the day of chapter officer interviews. My advisor insisted that I sit down and interview, even though I knew nothing about FFA other than what it used to stand for. I sat down, I didn't answer a single question correct. But later that day, I was given the student advisor position. And that's when everything changed. Then I realized that FFA was way more than just chickens and way more than just recognition and awards. It was more on the leadership side and also that agricultural side, and that's what I fell in love with, and that's what I have my passion for. My advisor just saying, sit down and try it. Maybe a little bit more because I was a little bit reluctant. But just that has given me my love, my passion, and even my future career. And I'm so thankful for that. I am so thankful that my advisor took the time to really make sure that I was getting the most I could out of FFA and not just those awards and recognition. See, advisors are doing this across the state of Minnesota every single day. And that's why it has inspired me to become an advisor in my future. I want to be the person that really inspires these kids to not get those awards, not to get those plaques, but to find them true selves and to really build that character, just like FFA did for me. So with that, I encourage you to help support the Minnesota FFA and help other kids around our state experience what I experienced through FFA.
And I got into FFA from some of my friends, and they're in a grade older than me, but they told me that it was a great opportunity, and since I live in the country, it just kind of made sense. And even if you don't live in the country, it's still an amazing opportunity. And even if you don't like animals and that kind of stuff, there's still lots of other things you can do in it that don't involve animals. And it just looks amazing on your college applications and that kind of stuff. And it just helps you all around, even if you don't live in the country or hate animals and that kind of stuff. You don't have to get your hands dirty to be an FFA. Also, it helps you just be an all-around better person. There's a lot of great people in FFA, and they just help me realize who I am. And it's just an awesome opportunity. We got to go on so many different field trips. and we got to go to different places and judge horses and watch them and like that kind of stuff, and it was pretty awesome. And not only do we have to do horses, but we got to see other things in different categories as well. Like we got to go see cattle and sheep and pigs and that kind of stuff. So even if you aren't into horses, there's a lot of different things you can do. I'm just a horse kind of person personally. Personal favorites is the ski trip to Buena Vista or the barn dance. Just hanging out with my friends, sometimes at the meetings. Sometimes that's just what you need when you're down. And FFA was definitely one of my highlights of this year. I really loved it. Sometimes we just got to hang out, have pizza, enjoy our meeting, and do fun things together, like sledding in Harts Park and that kind of stuff. It's just an awesome community to get involved in. I'm happy I did it.
I chose the University of Minnesota Crookston because professors choose to invest in their students, all the way from their first year and then to the last.
I transferred to the University of Minnesota Crookston because for the first time I felt like an individual in the classroom rather than a number.
I chose the University of Minnesota Crookston because of their opportunities for hands-on learning, whether that's outside in crop fields or inside our barns.
Agricultural education provides a platform for our students in professional opportunities, whether that's inside the industry or out of it.
Agricultural education allows students to discover their passions through hands-on experiences.
Agricultural education develops the next generation of leaders.
Cultivate your curiosity here with us at the University of Minnesota Crookston.
Premier leadership,
Personal growth,
and career success.
Thank you so much for taking the time out of your day to watch and contribute to the Minnesota FFA Association Telethon. I know that I and so many members across the state really appreciate it. But the telethon is far from over, and we have so many more amazing members to hear from.
We're back, and we continue our celebration at the Minnesota FFA Foundation's Telethon, the Great Minnesota Give Together. And although a lot of us would rather be at the Minnesota State Fair than virtually, this is the best we can do, but it's a pretty good substitution. And here in the backyard of the studio, we do have an FFA member with us, Max Johnson of the Randolph FFA chapter. Max, not only are you here with, but your mother is with, and how appropriate. Because as I think about FFA, it's not just the student. It takes the support and the help of others. And so when I asked Max to bring one of his projects in today, he did, and he had the help of his mother. But let's get busy and let's talk to Max a little bit. Max, tell us about your project.
Yeah, so what I love doing is raising boar goats for show purposes, and as well as educational piece, especially with different members around my county.
How did you get started? I mean, this is a pretty cool project, and I've known you for a little while, but I honestly don't know how you got started with the goat project.
So when we first moved out to the farm, my dad, growing up raising beef, decided we should start there. Being short for my age and having to deal with 2,000-pound cows, I was like, this is not for me. So I did some research and found these goats that were for sale, and I wanted to try it out. And so I went and asked my parents if we could get some goats. They fought a little, and after a while they kind of gave in and let me try some goats. And it's now 11 years later, and I'm still raising my goats.
Wow, so when I think about that goat project that goes way back, I'm assuming some of the skills you learned in the FFA have helped you with this project. 11 years ago, you weren't in FFA yet,
Right.
but you certainly were developing skills. Can you tell us a little bit about what you learned because you're involved with this project?
Oh yeah, there's so much I've learned, from how to keep records through the AET and helping plan some goals for the future, as well as gain some more knowledge through competing in events like the General Livestock Career Development event, and just all the opportunities there are, from camps to keeping records.
So obviously goats have a special spot in your heart, but what are some other FFA activities that you've really enjoyed being involved with?
What I really loved was definitely State Fair. Sad that it's not happening this year, but that's where you get to meet all these members that just are so passionate about what they do through cattle or goats, or even the different generals that they can do. Otherwise, I loved getting involved at the regional level and doing the career development events.
So thinking back when you first put on this blue jacket, this iconic blue jacket, did you ever imagine that you'd be comfortable speaking in front of people and being part of a program like this? Or do you think FFA kind of helped you for that?
I will definitely admit that FFA has helped me become more comfortable around public situations and stuff like this. Because when I first joined, I was the one that was shy, sitting in the back of the classroom, that wouldn't say a word. So I definitely grew because of FFA.
So we've talked a little bit about the fun things you've done, but I think FFA and all activities always challenge us too. So in your GOAT project, what were some challenges that you encountered?
One of the biggest challenges is just learning from your mistakes, especially in the GOAT world, as there's a lot of community members that'll help you out, but there's actually not enough vets to help you, so it's just a learning opportunity. So you're going through all these struggles and learning for yourself, and once you gain those knowledge, you can then become a teacher. So dealing with some diseases would definitely be a few of the struggles that I've went through.
So you said the word teachers, which gives me a great segue into, let's talk a little bit about teachers. You have a legendary teacher that's involved with your program. Can you talk a little bit about Mr. Ed Terry? And really, I'm asking because he represents all of our teachers, these solid individuals who are giving of themselves so that you can grow and experience some new things. But will you share a little bit about your appreciation or your involvement with Mr. Ed Terry?
Ed Terry is a wonderful teacher. He is one of those and many teachers that know how to use the hands-on approach in order to help members that are in the classroom and outside the classroom. He was definitely one of those teachers that any time of the day you could call him and he would help you either with some data you're collecting to just getting ready for the state fair. From all that, I've just learned so much.
Well, Ed Terry is certainly a great example, and just for those of you watching, we have over 270 high-quality teachers that are involved in our schools every day, and we are really grateful for all of them. So a shout out to our teachers. We want you to know we celebrate you, we want to support you, and we want to really put the resources in behind what you're doing, especially because we're moving into some strange times with distance learning and hybrid learning. But let's go back to you a little bit, Max. When you think about this project, what's its future? Are you going to continue your goat herd, or are you thinking that you're going to transition to somebody else, or what does it look like?
For sure, I definitely am going to continue with my herd. I've come so far, and I definitely want to see how far I can go in the future with my herd.
So speaking of future, what is in your future? You're a University of Minnesota student. What are you studying?
Right. At the U of M, I'm studying agricultural education, hoping to one day become a teacher and be in the classroom.
We heard it here, right? He's committed. He'd like to be one of our agricultural educators, and we would love to have you in that profession. That brings up a really big need for us, and that is we have a teacher shortage right now. So to those of you who are watching, your dollars tonight are going to help us recruit and retain and help our teachers grow and develop so that they can best serve their students. So you're really supporting young people like Max, and we hope you will do that. As we kind of wrap up our time out here on the patio, just in general, if I asked you, how has FFA helped you? How would you summarize your FFA involvement in your growth?
FFA as a whole is just a great learning and growing opportunity. From all of the ways you can connect and build relationships, you can definitely grow as an individual and as a professional.
Wow. Well, I think it would be good for us to say thank you to all the moms and dads. And although we don't have Max's mother mic'd up here, we just want to give a shout out. And to all of you watching tonight, know that as parents, these activities don't happen without your support and encouragement. So we want you to know we appreciate you. And as we kind of throw this back into the studio, I just want to remind you all that now is a great time to make a donation so that not only the students you're going to see tonight in the video and Max, but all of them can get the support that they need to be successful. So with that, we're going to throw it back into Jasmine. Thank you, Max. Thank you. We look forward to visiting with you and hopefully next year at the Great Minnesota Get Together, but in the short term, the Minnesota Give Together. Back to you, Jasmine.
Thank you so much, Val and Max. How cute were those goats? For those of you just joining us, thank you for tuning in tonight and for watching the Minnesota FFA Foundation Great Minnesota Give Together. All of the proceeds raised tonight will benefit and support the programming of the Minnesota FFA Foundation. I'm happy to report that we are now at the $40,000 mark. I really enjoyed those videos during the last half hour. I'm going to read a few comments that were shared on YouTube. Elena Knott, thanks for being an awesome supporter of Minnesota FFA. Jean, I received my very first blue jacket from the Blue Jackets Bright Future program, and I'm so thankful for it. Can I just say, I really, really want a FFA blue jean jacket, but Val has told me that I cannot get one because they are only for members. I was like, well, can I become an honorary member? And she said, even if you were an honorary member, Jasmine, you would not get your own blue denim jacket. Val Velde said, it's so amazing to connect Minnesota agriculture today with the focus to help and support our talented FFA members and teachers. And I will tell you, during that last round, it was lovely to hear from the students and what FFA meant to them. They said things like they found their true self. I think in today's society, it's really important to find something that is helps you be who you are at the core, your true self. They talked about leadership. FFA is more than chickens, and the fact that you don't have to get your hands dirty. I also heard a lot of shout outs and mentions and thanks to the advisors. And I know that people are also very appreciative of their parents and their grandparents that support them and help them with the competitions. And so, yeah, I want to make sure that you know how you can give tonight. If you would like to give to Region 1, because you're watching us right now, please text MNFFA1 to 71777. Again, MNFFA1 to 71777. We do have the $5,000 matching challenge for the first 50 donations we get tonight. And those matching fund sponsors are AI Corn, AURI, CoBank, Paul and Val Arsvold family, First International Bank and Trust, Paul Hansen family, Jean and Keith Johnson, Minnesota Agri-Growth Council, Nick and Valerie Velde, and Dr. Curtis Young. We also would not be here tonight without the generosity of our sponsors. We'd like to thank our Purple Ribbon sponsors, Ag Country Farm Credit Services, Cargill, Compure Financial, Minnesota Farm Bureau Foundation, Minnesota Farmers Union Foundation, and then thank you to our Blue Ribbon sponsors, Olmsted, Wabasha County Corn and Soybean Growers, Precise Solutions, Southern Minnesota Center for Agriculture Excellence. And again, thank you for tuning in into the Great Minnesota Give Together. So, have we gone up anymore? Nope, but we are now at 40 donors still, so you still have time to give in. We have some wonderful programming coming up in the remainder regions. We're going to hear from Rob Sharkey, the Millennial Farmer, and a bunch of other fun and exciting people connected to the great to the great state of Minnesota and to agriculture. So please stay with us for the remainder of the evening. Again, my name is Jasmine Stringer, and it's my pleasure to be your co-host for the Minnesota FFA Foundation Great Minnesota Give Together.
Hey guys, Tyler Curtis here. I am currently serving as your 2020-2021 Region 2 President, and I wanted to welcome you guys to our segment of the show where we can really broadcast Region 2 as a whole and all the agriculture that we have. Region 2 is the geographically largest region in the state, reaching all the way from the northern border all the way down to like Little Falls area. We see everything from wilderness and lakes down to crops and livestock. So hope you guys enjoy.
We're here today at the 2020 True Grit Horse Show, a horse show that we started in honor of a former FFA member who got into a car accident, and we have done the scholarship to honor him. He was a great horse person in our community, and every year we give away a couple of scholarships to graduating seniors of our FFA chapter who show qualities of true grit. So this horse show is a popular event for all of our horse people in our community. We have a pleasure class in the morning and pleasure class in the morning, and then a game show in the afternoon.
Now, my story starts out on this farm right here. One day, my dad and I were driving home from town, and I loved agriculture, and I wanted to know how I could make my own money on the same farm and be outside of the crops. And one of the things that he said was raising my own beef steers. So with that, I took that advice and I ran with it. That summer, we went to Menards and we bought lumber to put up my first lean-to, which would be the shelter for them and their pen. That spring, I bought my first 2 beef steers, which felt like a milestone in my life, and it was such a responsible thing of me to do, and I felt so proud of that accomplishment. That fall, after I marketed them, I sat down with my advisor, Mr. Lindgren, and went through my efficiency factors, business practices, ethical practices, and much more. He was willing to sit down with me and talk through everything that I wanted to do and how to grow what I had just made into more steers. After that, I was able to continually go from 2 steers to 4 steers to 6 steers, and continually expand my expectations of what I could do with my steers and other experiences. I was not amazed what he could do for just myself, but for the countless other members around me. He was able to sit down with what felt like 100 members and go through the same things that they were going through and help them with their passions, take that and aim them in the right direction. I thought it was so unique how he was so passionate about everything he did. And for me personally, I love egg business because of that experience. And I will be attending the University of Minnesota Crookston in a very short time. And because of that one egg advisor, I was able to find my passion of egg business and pursue that so that I could help many agriculturists across Minnesota and across the Midwest. I'm so thankful for that, for Mr. Lindgren and that advisor and all the advisors for across the state. And I'm so proud to be representing the members across the state and the many experiences that we share. I love FFA for what it provides in the career readiness skills in supervised agricultural experiences, and I'm so ready to begin this next chapter of life because of the experiences that I started with. Thank you for supporting FFA in the many different ways that you do. It is much appreciated, and my team thanks you sincerely.
Over the past couple of years, I've had many opportunities to serve in SAEs that I've deemed very joyful and progressive towards my careers and the enjoyment of hobbies. So over the past couple of years, I've had a chance to work as shift manager at my local McDonald's, which for some people it is a little bit more of a tedious work, but for a lot of reasons I enjoy it, mainly for the people. But I've had many opportunities to meet new people, expand my horizons, learn different ways to run a business, count money, and many other opportunities that place has provided me. I've also had many opportunities with my local Boy Scout troop to complete many expansive things for my community. Such as right now I've been working on my Eagle project, which is bringing backpacks to foster homes to where most kids don't even have anything that they can call it their own. Then, for some of my success stories, I competed this 2 years ago now on the ENR team for Minnesota, and even though that was a brutal day where it was very cold and standing out in winds like that for hours is very hard to do, but even though I persevered and we ended up getting 13th at state and had a very fun day that day.
Hey guys, it's Zach Johnson, the actor who plays the Millennial Farmer on the Minnesota Millennial Farmer YouTube channel. Welcome to the Great Minnesota Give Together. Unfortunately, this year's state fair isn't going to happen, but that isn't going to stop the Minnesota FFA Foundation from coming together and celebrating the positive impact that agricultural education and the FFA have on more than 35,000 students across our classrooms here in the state. How did that get there? Ag education is vital, not just to the state of Minnesota, but to the world. It helps to grow the leaders that will go on to continue this amazing industry. And not just that, but it helps to grow the skills that are needed to have a career within ag, and it raises ag awareness. I just about fell down in that last clip. Once the Minnesota FFA Foundation realized that they wouldn't be able to highlight their students' successes at the fair this year, they went to work and planned this telethon as a way to really highlight the successes and the talents of the students out there who have put in so much hard work. This 4-hour telethon is going to include messages from students, teachers, and people within the entire ag community all throughout Minnesota. In addition to highlighting the important role that agricultural programs play, it's also going to provide the very important opportunity for individuals and businesses to be able to support some of these life-changing programs through a donation to the Minnesota FFA Foundation. Welcome to the Great Minnesota Give Together Telethon. Thank you for being here, and congratulations to all the students involved.
My SAE is I work at the L&M Distribution Center, and there we get in all the products, and then I process these products and we send them out to the 10 different stores that are located throughout Minnesota and Wisconsin. And then once these items are processed on the pallets, I then take the forklift and load them on the trucks within the state regulations to make sure they're not overweight or anything, so they're safe to be on the road. And then I have worked here for 3.5 years, and it's been a good experience.
Hello, and thank you for joining us at the Minnesota FFA Foundation State Fair Give Together. I'm Zane Sheehan. I'm the Minnesota FFA State Advisor, and I supervise agricultural education at the Minnesota Department of Education. An FFA member's journey begins in the classroom, where we provide them the skills that they'll need to succeed in agriculture, food, and natural resources. During that time, they also apply those skills in FFA because we know that a student needs leadership skills to succeed. And they apply them in a work-based learning SAE experience to master the technical skills needed to be successful in a career. Now, things look very different right now. Our agriculturalists are working harder than ever to provide food on people's plates. Our classrooms are in person, distance, hybrid, online, and everything in between. And for the first time in most of our lives, we might not be meeting together at the state fair. But that doesn't mean that we can't come together to work together. We know that COVID-19 is going to have lasting impacts on our industry and on our students. But by supporting one another and supporting those most in need, we can ensure that they still have those same successful experiences that make FFA strong and agricultural education strong, so that we can continue to provide the workforce needs that food, fiber, and natural resources so desperately need. Thank you for giving and supporting in any way that you can, and for continuing to make our community strong. We'll come together here this way now, and hopefully we'll see each other once again at the Minnesota State Fair in the future. Thank you.
My job is that I work at a resort on a lake called Prairie Lake. They have 20 campsites there and 1 cabin. So it's a seasonal park, so there's just campers there all year round. No one really new comes in within the year. They kind of start, and I'm the only employee there. So basically, I do everything that you can think of, from groundskeeping, like mowing the lawn. I do that about 4 hours a week. I do trimming. I do all kinds of different groundskeeping, like working with flower beds, making sure they stay nice looking by pulling weeds. And yesterday I actually just put full trailer load of mulch down on different flower beds to keep them looking sharp. Other things I do are, like, if any of the customers there need help with anything, they can either talk to me or the owners, and I'll help them with whatever they need. So I do quite a bit of talking with them and help them if needed. I also keep the firewood racks full. We have and I have to split wood sometimes and then stack firewood. And I do all different kinds of stuff like that. And you know, you basically name it and I do it.
I am an agriculture educator by choice and not by chance.
I believe in American agriculture. I dedicate my life to its development and the advancement of its people.
I will strive to set before my students by my deeds and actions the highest standards of citizenship for the community, state, and nation.
I will endeavor to develop professionally through study, travel, and exploration.
I will not knowingly wrong my fellow teachers. I will defend them as far as honesty will permit.
I will work for the advancements of agriculture education, and I will defend it in my community, state, and nation.
I realize that I am a part of the school system. I will work in harmony with the school authorities and other teachers of the school.
My love for youth will spur me on to impart something from my life that will help make for each of my students a full and happy future.
My SAE is learning how to train horses and learning stable management skills at Benville Equestrian Center in Pequot Lakes, Minnesota. I have the awesome opportunity of learning how to train and work with horses and new riders. I help teach young riders the basics of horsemanship skills. The owner, Brianna Visser, has taught me many things about horsemanship and is always willing to help me along my FFA journey. Teaching new riders is something I really enjoy. I love seeing smiles on kids' faces and their parents' faces when they get on a horse for the first time. It's rewarding seeing kids work up to a higher level in riding and build their confidence. I have been at Benville for 3 years now, and I've gotten the opportunity to work with many different horses. Each one has taught me something new and has developed myself as the rider I am today.
And I am a proud and constant supporter of the Minnesota FFA through time and money, and I encourage you to do the same. Today, agriculture has many challenges. Among them will require the people that will keep agriculture strong while taking care of all of the people, the environment that we so need to continue food production for the longevity of this planet, and taking care of our communities, especially in rural areas where decline is definitely starting to affect the success of local towns. I grew up on a farm in the 80s and 90s, and it was tough. It was tough. Just as we've had really tough times now in agriculture, it was tough then too. And I was certainly not considering a career in agriculture at that time. But my 9th grade year of agricultural education, I saw the light and I saw so many opportunities that I would have never known about. Today we have 35,000 students in agriculture, food, and natural resource classes in Minnesota schools. And out of those, 10,800 or so of them are in the FFA organization. When you give to the Minnesota FFA Foundation, you are supporting the 35,000 kids that are sitting in agricultural education classrooms, and you are supporting those students that choose to be a part of the FFA organization to develop further in their proficiency in different areas of agriculture and also their leadership for the future. The technical skills these students are learning are going to help them be the future of food production in our country. And I want to be a part of that. I encourage you to give through this opportunity of the Great Minnesota Give Together to support the future of agriculture, the future of agricultural leadership in our great state of Minnesota, to support an agricultural state and beyond, as students today are going to take agriculture to the next level and help feed a growing population and do it in the right ways.
Hey guys, Tyler Curtis here again from Region 2, serving as your 2020-2021 Region President. And today I wanted to highlight my own personal SAE that I have this summer working on. And I work at R&R Rental in Grand Rapids, and I kind of wanted to go through some of the things that we got here and show you what I get to do. Over here we got all of our smaller equipment, like this here we got a concrete saw, you just walk behind it. We got some tillers, brush hogs, plate compactors, sweepers, anything that you could really imagine that you need for equipment use, we have in here. Inside the shop here is where we get to service a lot of our stuff. We have all the tools that you could pretty much possibly need. And we have the manpower to do it and the know-how to do it. Over here we also have skid steers. We do rent out skid steers. We have tired ones and tracked ones. The possible things that we get to do with that is deliver them, or people could pick them up on site if they have a vehicle big enough to get it. We will deliver them to wherever you need for $50, but that's not important. Over here we got Polaris Razor 1000. I get to deliver these things to all across the northern part of the state here. These are really big machines, and people have a blast using them around here. Over here, we got a delivery truck, and then over here in the yellow building, we rent out bouncy houses, canopies. We'll drive to wherever you guys need us, and I get to set those up, pound stakes in, all that good jazz. Some other things we get to do are we have mini excavators as well, where I get to load people's chain machines down and deliver those as well. I also work up in the front desk. I'd show you guys up there, but I have to put a mask on. I get to take phone calls and make contracts for people, whatever fits their needs best, to give them a hand with that. That's pretty much what I do here. This is my summer gig. I'll be going to college here in the fall, and it's really been a blast. If you guys are interested in getting into something outside and hands-on, look for a local rental shop. Thank you guys for tuning into this part of our telethon, and I hope you enjoyed.
Welcome back to the Minnesota FFA Foundation Great Minnesota Give Together. We had some great video presentations from Region 2. Region 2 President Tyler Curtis, State President Ben Olander, State FFA Advisor Dr. Zane Sheehan, past board chair and my dear friend Natasha Mortensen. I was really excited about this one, Val. YouTube sensation Zach Johnson, known to so many as the Millennial Farmer, and Region 2 FFA members. Now, Region 2, if you want to get involved and if you want to support FFA Minnesota Foundation, you have 2 ways to give. The first way is to simply go online and give at, what's that website, Val?
mnffafoundation.org.
Okay, now I know the young people, they love to text, so they can pull out their telephone and they can text MNFFA2 to the telephone number 71777. Again, simply text MNFFA2 to 71777. So Val, why don't you tell us a little bit about Region 2?
Well, as we kind of morph from Region 2 and now we're going to bridge our way over to Region 3, there's some really exciting things that are happening across our state. And the interesting thing is that every region is similar, yet they each have their own characteristics. So we just got done visiting a little bit with our northern part of the state, and we saw a lot of our natural resources being highlighted. But we're going to make that shift now to Region 3 and celebrate those students.
Okay, so wait a minute, that means I should give another phone number if they want to text.
It's time.
So if you are in Region 3 and you want to support your region, you need to text MNFFA3 to 71777. Again, MNFFA3 to 71777. Is that right?
That's right, and I think actually our matching challenge is still in place. We are encouraging people to give that first $5,000, and I know we've celebrated them a few times, and we'll continue to highlight those matching fund sponsors that have stepped up.
Yeah, I can read those names. So the matching fund sponsors for the first 50 pledges we get tonight, they are going to be matched by AI Corn, AURI, CoBank, the Paul and Val Arsvold family, our very own Val right here, First International Bank and Trust, Paul Hansen family, Gene and Keith Johnson, Minnesota Agri-Growth Council, Nick and Valerie Velde, and Dr. Curtis Youngs. And we also are going to have some videos later on that have been presented by Compeer Financial Services.
So we are excited that they're going to sponsor this next section, this next video section. Compeer is a great supporter, as you know, and as all of our sponsors are. And so we're excited that they would get involved and support that next batch, because boy, do we have some great people coming up with messages.
Yes. So Val, you were once an FFA advisor?
I was. I am truly, for good or bad, the product of Minnesota FFA. I was active as a chapter member, went on to serve as a state officer, and then taught high school agriculture for 7 years and loved every minute of it. Stepped out of that role, though, to work with the foundation because equally I'm passionate about building partnerships that help support agricultural education and these FFA students. All 35,000 of them. Yeah. And if we do our job right tonight, we'll be able to support even more.
That's wonderful. I mean, I really love what the kids have said, or the students have said, about the value and the impact that FFA has had on their life. It's so much more than agriculture, and it's really helping support so many of our students in greater Minnesota or rural Minnesota. As someone said, out in the country. I remembered my grandparents lived in what we call the country, which is now I say rural Alabama. And there is I would say guidance and support that these students are really getting from FFA and the opportunities that they're having, not only to see different parts of the states, connect with different students, but there's some wonderful opportunities available from participating in FFA. Val, like what kind of opportunities?
Well, we build it all around the idea of premier leadership, personal growth, and career success. And when I think of every FFA member's journey, they're really impacted in all 3 of those areas. So premier leadership, we want to give students the opportunity to be successful, to get out there, get outside of their comfort zone sometimes, and really strive to set some goals and develop themselves as a leader. Personal growth, I think of my own journey, my own children's journey, the students I had when I was a teacher. It's taking that shy student, that student who just isn't that interested in speaking in front of a group, and putting in a position where they need to speak, and they become comfortable, and then you go on to follow them throughout their life, and those skills were valuable. Max Johnson, in an earlier part of our telethon, shared that too, that he was one that really grew as a result. And then finally, career success. Students who go through the FFA and agricultural education are developing the skills they need to be successful, and we do that through career development events and leadership development events.
Yeah. You know, I had the opportunity to volunteer at a state competition about 2 years ago at the University of Minnesota, and I will tell you, those students were very fierce. They were polished. They knew their information. I don't even know how many different competitions they were participating in. They heard a dynamic keynote speaker, but it was just a phenomenal experience for myself as a volunteer.
I think that it was neat that you came in and volunteered, and I'd encourage anybody watching to think about ways you can get involved and volunteer as well. Because, as you said, Jasmine, they are developing these skills and they are really working to become effective communicators and to help kind of advance themselves. You know, in our work on the foundation side, we oftentimes hear from people when they see FFA on a resume, it goes to the top of the pile for consideration. It's just that much of a leadership opportunity that provides them a little bit of a step up against a lot of others.
Oh, I would say, you know, I saw the students in their formal dress, and they were all very sharp and very dapper, and they were, you know, holding themselves and presenting themselves as like dynamic young men and young women. And, you know, it was so much more, as the young lady said, than getting dirty and playing with chickens. I want to check in, Val, because this is a fundraiser, and see how we're doing. So right now we are at $41,924. I'd love for us to get to $42,000, not 2,000, $42,000 before we go to our next videos. Oh, and we have some wonderful videos of the Minnesota Get Together, the state fair last year, and we're at 45 donors and 6 fundraisers. So Val, if we were at the Great Minnesota Get Together instead of the Great Minnesota Give Together Telethon tonight, that's a play on words. Get together, give together. What would people be seeing FFA students doing and sharing at the fair?
Oh, it's a neat question to be asked, because FFA is critical to the Minnesota State Fair, and our students are there in many capacities. So probably our signature one, because it runs all 12 days, is the FFA Chapter House and Leadership Center connected to the CHS Miracle Birth Center. Right. Over 1 million people come and visit us each and every year when the fair is in session.
1 million people.
Over 1 million people. Right. And it started with a little bit more humble beginnings as a children's FFA barnyard, but it has evolved into the most popular attraction at the Minnesota State Fair. So that's where you might see us all 12 days. But as we get into this Labor Day weekend, that's when FFA comes out in bigger numbers. And we'd have about 1,200 students come and exhibit livestock, crops, nursery landscape exhibits, ag mechanics, and others. So it's a great place for FFA to get together and celebrate in a normal year. And of course, that's where we hope we are next year. Yeah. But in the meantime, to your point, this is a fundraiser, and we hope that you are all looking at ways that you can engage with us and help support that next generation of FFA members. The current ones are there, and we need to support them, but we're looking ahead. We have a teacher shortage, and we know that with your support, we can encourage and get more people to consider this life-changing profession, because it's just that important.
I'm going to let you keep talking, Val, because I actually wanted to pull up some of the comments that we're getting online. So you mentioned that there are 35,000 students involved in FFA in the great state of Minnesota, right? How many students are normally at the Minnesota State Fair?
So we'll have probably about 1,100 to 1,200 students that will come to the Minnesota State Fair and exhibit. There's a lot of things that happen even outside of the Minnesota State Fair. So in the summer, we have county fairs that usually take place. The programs, something that's really interesting about our programs is they are year-long programs. So even though you think of a school-based program to be a 9-month program, Ours are a full year. It's just that kind of learning and development that runs year long that helps our students get a little bit of a step up on how their journey is as far as preparing.
Yeah, so before we head out to the next round of videos featuring Region 3 President Megan Racka, a special presentation of the FFA Creed by Hancock FFA member Emmanuel Shavira. We're going to hear from international speaker John Paul Gonzalez and Region 3 members. I wanted to read a couple comments. Jean Johnson said, "Love to hear your stories. Amazing students, amazing organization." Corin Floyd, "We love our agriculture educators in Minnesota." 35,000, we love our agricultural education students in Minnesota. And then we also learned that you can donate via Venmo at MNFFA Foundation. So you can use Venmo to make a donation tonight. So you can text by texting MNFFA3 if you're in Region 3 to 71777, or you can go online at www.mnffafoundation.org. There are a lot of F's and A's. I almost feel like I'm on Wheel of Fortune, but there are ways to donate, there are ways to get involved, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the evening. And even if you are in Region 1, Region 2, Region 3, we hope that you will stay with us for the evening. We hope that you will call your friends up and get them involved and donate, because we really need your support.
Hi everyone, I'm Megan Ratka, serving as the Region 3 President from the Rocori FFA chapter. I'm so excited that you have decided to join us in Region 3 as we show you around the region. From dairy farms to egg stories to SAE projects, we can't wait for you to see why Region 3 is the place to be.
This past week, I just got done competing for Princess K of the Milky Way. I was one of the 10 finalists, and I actually made the top 3 when competing. It was such a really awesome and cool experience. I learned so much and met so many people. But when I look back at my experience, I realized that I have to thank FFA for getting me to where I am today, and definitely helping me to achieve these goals and share my passions as a dairy enthusiast and get this far in competing. In FFA, I was really active on different CDE and LDE teams, and I did proficiency awards and speaking contests, and I learned so much and met so many people. I definitely would not be the confident person I am today, and I wouldn't be able to share my love for agriculture with so many people, especially as a Princess K finalist, you know, speaking to people on this state level, such a large platform. I really would like to thank FFA for giving me that boost of confidence and showing me how to be a leader and finding my personal strengths and letting them show.
The greatest lesson I learned about leadership was when I got the position Vice President. The only thing that separates me from President and being Vice President was vice. I learned that position title doesn't mean anything. It was just a title. Being called President was not going to make me great. For there can be good presidents and bad presidents. Now, in my Vice President role, I knew if I was great, people were gonna love me for who I was and not for my title. I learned that leadership is not about grabbing someone by the hand and showing them what to do. It's just be like putting a blindfold on them and just guiding them from point A to point B. But what leadership is and what I learned about leadership, it's about taking that blindfold off and letting them go and experience it themselves so that they learn. So that when we leave, and our job as officers is to train the younger members so that when they get into positions that we are, they are prepared for what is to come ahead for them.
I believe in the future of agriculture.
with a faith born not of words but of deeds. Achievements won by the present and past generations of agriculturalists, in the promise of better days through better ways, even as the better things we now enjoy have come to us from the struggles of former years. Creo que vivir y trabajar en una buena finca o dedicarse a otras actividades agrícolas es agradable y al mismo tiempo es un reto, porque conozco las alegrías e inconvenientes de la vida agrícola y mantengo una afición innata por aquellas asociaciones que no le negaré ni siquiera en horas de desaliento. I believe in leadership from ourselves and respect from others. I believe in my own ability to work efficiently and think clearly with such knowledge and skills as I can secure, and in the ability of progressive agriculturalists to serve our own and the public interest in producing and marketing the product of our toil. Creo en menos dependencia de la caridad y más poder en la negociación, en la vida abundante y en que haya suficiente riqueza honesta para ayudar a que así sea, tanto para los demás como para mí, sin necesidad de caridad y más de ella cuando sea necesario. Creo en ser feliz y en ser más honesto con aquellos cuya felicidad depende de mí. I believe that American agriculture can and will hold true to the best traditions of our national life, and that I can exert an influence in my home and community which will stand solid for my part in that inspiring task.
Hello everyone, my name is Catherine Mouse, and this year I was selected as one of the 67th Princess K of the Milky Way finalists. For those of you who don't already know me, I grew up on my family's farm south of Freeport. Throughout high school, I was also involved in many activities such as 4-H and FFA. Through FFA, I was involved in the milk quality contest for 4 years and competed at state. Besides being on the team, I also had other leadership opportunities as well. Along with being chapter reporter, vice president, and president, I was also the Region 3 treasurer. This led me down my path of going through my passion and sharing my dairy experience from the farm. For those of you who want to be an FFA, share your story and embrace who you are. Nobody can be you, and that's the best part.
Today I'm going to talk to you a little bit about agriculture here in central Minnesota, specifically dairy, and agriculture here on my family's Ellen dairy operation. So to begin, my parents, siblings, and I all live and work on our family's organic 50-cow dairy in Stearns County. As you may know, Stearns County is widely known for the number of dairy farms it calls its own. And if you take a look around, you're bound to see these farms dotting the countryside. Many of these farms were established years and years ago, and they still today bear their family's name and legacy. Our family's farm is similar as we share a rich farm family history, but a little different as we are a certified organic dairy operation. We've been certified organic since 2016 and started the transition 3 years prior. Back to our farm, we raise primarily barley, alfalfa, and corn. However, as a cover crop, we raise anything from turnips to winter rye. These cover crops are used as a strategic tool to help prevent weeds the next year, as well as improve soil health. Our cover crops improve soil health when we plow them under, as they increase the organic matter, which can increase the number of humates as well as increase the soil's water capacity. So if in time of a drought, our soil contains more water than other soils. So though not everyone may choose organic, organic still is a vital part in American agriculture, and agriculture is something that I believe in, the present and the future.
We all have a competition that we go all out in. Mine is small animals. I've been on the small animals team since 8th grade, but my first year in it, I wasn't sure if I wanted to go to the competition because I didn't know anything about the competition, what it entailed, what I had to do for it, or what part of the test even was. And when I talked to my older sisters this and told them that I didn't want to do it, they told me that FFA is about giving it a shot and trying your best. One of my sisters also told me that our advisor, Mr. Litchi, would want me to go for the experience. When they told me this, I wasn't exactly sure what they meant, but I took it the best way that I thought I could, and I went and I studied. I studied hard and learned what I could. That year, I went to competition and had high hopes, and when I got my score back, I wasn't disappointed. I didn't score as good as most of the people on my team, but I wasn't angry about it because I did better than what I thought I would. This year, now, I'm hoping that to improve more and make it on the top 10, but if I don't make it on the top 10, I won't be upset because I know it doesn't matter about placing it against other people's scores. It only matters that you tried your best and kept going no matter what. Now looking back, I can see what my sisters and advisor were talking about. They were saying it doesn't matter how you score against other people. It only matters how you score against yourself. If you keep trying and don't give up, you will improve, and that itself will make you feel really good. The only score you're going against is yourself. And I hope that I can pass this on to the younger members in my team by the time I graduate. And I hope it keeps going on from them to the people under them, and it's just a big chain.
Hello everyone, my name is Mackenzie Craig, and I am a 67th Princess K of the Milky Way finalist, a former FFA member, and a former Region 3 officer. FFA has truly fueled my passion for the dairy community through career development events such as dairy handling and doing a proficiency focusing on my family's dairy farm and the 3 other dairy farmers I've had the opportunity to work for. I knew through my involvement in FFA with Dairy Focus that I truly wanted to be a part of the dairy community and promoting all of its aspects. That's why I ran for a Dairy Princess and was a part of the Princess K program this year. For my future plans, I plan on being an AI technician where I get to travel the great state of Minnesota and visit a bunch of passionate dairy and beef farmers where I can help develop their herds and motivate through their conversations I have each and every day.
Hello, my name is Sarah Mindorf and I'm from the Sauk Center FFA chapter. I'm currently serving as your Region 3 Sentinel. I decided to join FFA when I was in 7th grade because that's when we were allowed to, and a bunch of my friends were doing it. My brother was the previous region president and he really pushed for me to do it, and I wasn't too sure of what I was getting into, but I decided, why not? What do I have to lose? And it ended up being the best decision of my life. I got to meet so many people, got to go to state convention, national convention a couple times, and just realize how many opportunities FFA has and what you can all learn from FFA. I started my SIE, which was I live on my family's dairy farm, and that turned into my SIE. And on the farm I help my mom feed calves, and 2 years ago we recently put in 2 or 3 Lely robots. So the cows are able to milk themselves all by themselves, and then my brother just goes and fetches the cows that need to be fetched. But I help my mom feed the calves, and then when we're done feeding the calves, we go up to the barn and check on my brother and make sure he's doing good and is on time. And then we wash robots for him and just do any other random chores. If we have a fresh cow, we'll go get them in and just kind of help wherever's needed.
I've always known that I wanted to be a teacher, and then after I joined FFA, I decided that I wanted to become an agriculture teacher, and I just loved FFA, and I kind of never wanted my FFA experience to end, so that was the reason why I decided to go to school to become an agricultural education major, and then also be able to do FFA and become an advisor. Some of the challenges of being an advisor is trying to get more members to join our chapter, and then also trying to get those new members excited about what we do and get them to understand all the opportunities that FFA has for them, especially some of our younger members. They join, they don't really know what it's all about, they might have heard about it from their friends or seen some activities that we do in the school, and just trying to get them excited about what they can do in FFA and what it all has in store for them is one of the challenges that we have. This year I am most excited about getting to see our members again, getting to have kids back in the classroom, and then I'm also excited to see how all of our events are going to change this year, what they're going to do to be able to offer them to everybody, and just all the different experiences that we're going to be able to do through distance learning and being able to offer all that to our members this year.
Hi, I'm Tamara Berger. I am the Rocori FFA advisor. I wanted to be an agriculture teacher because I believe that it is so important for students and people in general to understand the importance of agriculture and what it offers to them on a daily basis. And I think that starts in the classroom. One of the biggest successes we had as Rocori FFA chapter was to get our chapter chartered this past year. We had a total of 30 active members, which was awesome. We had 2 regional teams qualify for the state competitions, and I think we would have had quite a few more if we didn't have COVID-19 impact the regional contests and state FFA convention. 3 of the goals I have for Rocori's agriculture education program is to really expand the opportunities that students have within the agriculture field, to explore those options and opportunities for education or career interests outside of high school. Another goal I have is to really increase our FFA membership so that students have that ability to increase their and really develop their leadership skills. And lastly, I would love to develop and encourage students to develop their SAE to the best of their ability and to support them in doing so.
Minnesota FFA, such a privilege to come and share with you a little while back, and maybe some of you guys, you might remember the story a little bit of getting to speak for the Giants, and then before I know it, they go on to win the Super Bowl, and they make t-shirts, and then getting to speak to the Portland Trailblazers, and then from there getting to speak to the FBI and them giving a bulletproof vest, and even recently before the season started, getting to speak to a team you guys might be a little familiar with. They put All In on the back of their shirts, and it's been such a privilege just getting to share about what it means to be all in. But let's be honest, in these times it's probably felt harder than ever to stay all in. And you might remember me telling you guys that being all in was not about ease. It was about resiliency. It was about, what do we do when things get difficult? How do we stay committed when sometimes it feels like everything inside of us wants to just give up? And maybe some of you still have your chips, and you look at them and you say, how do I stay all in times like these? Well, I just really want to quickly encourage you with something that my family taught me, and it was to be a shark. And I know that sounds a little strange, but see, early on in my life, I learned what it meant to be a shark. My grandfather, he was a political prisoner in Havana, Cuba for over 12 years. And he explained to me that a shark is the #1 predator in the whole entire ocean. But its main weapon, it actually loses every single day. I remember asking him, saying, well, what do you mean it loses every single day? How can you be #1 if you lose your main way to stay #1? And he said, well, a shark's main weapon are its teeth. But its teeth are held in by cartilage, like our nose and our ears, soft. So every time a shark bites something, its teeth literally fall out of its mouth. I mean, imagine you just had breakfast and there's a pile of your teeth. Actually don't, that's pretty disgusting, but you guys get what I'm saying. And he said, but the amazing thing about a shark is a shark doesn't just have 1 row of teeth. A shark has 5 to 7 rows of teeth in its mouth. In fact, some sharks have up to 50 rows of teeth in their mouths. And every time a shark, whether it bites the right thing, bites the wrong thing, loses a tooth, another one begins to replace it within 24 hours. Those words stuck with me. Unfortunately, he's since passed away from complications of diabetes, my grandfather. But I've never forgotten what it means to be a shark. Guys, it's not if we go through a difficult time or if we make a mistake or have mistakes that affect us from somebody else. It's when. And it's what we choose to do after them. In my work with the Giants, I've had the chance to work with some pretty amazing athletes. And I specifically remember our quarterback saying one time, who was recently retired, Eli, he said for him, playing the game of football was remembering that just because he had a bad first down doesn't mean his second down had to be worse. Even if he had a bad game, didn't make him a bad player. He gets another opportunity next Sunday. I want to encourage you guys, stay all in. Stay all in by being a shark.
Thanks for tuning in this evening. We hope you learned a little bit more about agriculture and FFA in Region 3.
We're back! We're so glad you're with us tonight as we celebrate the Minnesota FFA Foundation's Telethon, the Great Minnesota Give Together. Well, all of these wonderful things that happen as a result of involvement with the FFA and the agricultural education classes do not take place without teachers. And I'm excited to have Mr. Joshua Munoz in the backyard patio studio with me today as an opportunity to visit a little bit about your journey to becoming an agricultural educator and how that maybe will inspire some other people to consider this rewarding career. But Joshua, will you tell us a little bit about your background and what got you to this point?
Well, as you know, I joined the military right after high school. I'm actually born and raised in St. Paul, and after St. Paul, my brother joined the military, and I really wanted to go through his steps. So I joined the military, and after 4 years, I decided to go into the University of Minnesota, and that's where everything kind of started. And at first, it was 2 programs. It was agriculture education and agriculture communications and marketing. So I kind of had the program was kind of built into one, but as soon as I got there, I had to choose one or the other. I chose agriculture communication, and from there, I loved it. I actually did. And I'm very fortunate and very lucky that my advisors and all the faculty there kind of pursued me to join clubs and help me build my network, and that's where agriculture education came from. Definitely one internship that really speared agriculture education was with Growing North Minneapolis. It's a community garden-based project, and I worked with youth, I worked with agriculture educators, and that really what inspired me.
So now, if I'm not mistaken, you didn't get to go through an agricultural education class in high school, although your high school now has a program and they're doing great things serving students. Yeah. But now you have been hired and you're gearing up for your own time as a teacher to make a positive difference in the lives of others. So where are you going to be, and what are you thinking? You're just days away from your school starting.
Yeah, so I'll be starting over at Como Park High School, one of the rival schools of Highland Park. I graduated from Highland Park, so it's going to be kind of weird to go to the rivalry school, but I'm very excited to go with Como. Como Park is actually one of the only St. Paul public schools that offer woodshop classes and small engine classes, and that's what kind of really drew me to agricultural education because of the career components of it. And Como Park, the woodshop class there is brand new. The tables are brand new, and I'm very excited to get in there and teach skills and teach careers and motivate students to pursue those type of careers.
Well, we're involved in schools of all sizes, from the very small to the very large. And as you've referenced some of these St. Paul School District schools, we're excited to be there. And the reason that our programs are there is because they serve students through hands-on learning. And I think that's what you've talked about. It's having access to equipment and resources to help you develop as a student and those life skills. So as you prepare, as a brand new teacher coming into the profession this fall, what's going through your mind knowing that, a lot of students are going to be asking you for guidance? What's that feel like?
Well, it feels great because one of the things that I really want to give that message out to students, and I'm a big believer in it, that opportunities lead to opportunities, and that's really been my story throughout my college career, that saying yes to opportunities after opportunities, which will lead you to discovering your gifts. And that's really how everything transpired. I learned my gifts, and in a way, like going back to the military, it kind of foreshadowed me into the teaching profession, because from teaching about radios in the military, I ended up teaching agriculture. And I love food. I love animals and I love plants, and I really think that those are the common denominators everyone has. But yeah, opportunities I think is the main message that I want to give out to these students at Como Park.
Well, and I think that's really exciting because I think we know the value of agricultural education. We know they're going to have career success. They're going to grow as individuals, premier leadership, all of that packaged in. And so we're always desiring for our students to have that opportunity. And that's why this fundraiser tonight, this telethon, is so key, that each one of us gives something. Nobody has to write out the big check. Everybody should consider giving something, because your support will ensure individuals like Joshua will have the resources and the support they need to enter this profession. So, as you think about joining this profession, you're joining over 270 agriculture teachers in the state of Minnesota. What are some things that you think you'll benefit from being involved in this big family of ag educators?
Well, it's definitely the network and the help and the support that the agriculture family here in Minnesota gives. And one thing I'll never forget of what agriculture teachers always say is never invent the wheel. The resources are there, and it's going to be fun. And you have a family there to support you no matter how hard things can get.
I think our profession really recognizes the value of different teachers to be an influencer. So I know you'll have a mentor, and there's a lot of informal mentoring that happens as well. And so as we think about our profession, you're never flying solo. You're getting the support and the involvement of so many people, and hopefully you'll feel that. I think you already have. I know you've been at our conferences in the past, and so you know people desire to support you. And that support is what we're talking about tonight, is how to get behind young men and women or second career individuals that want to come into the profession. And one way to do that is through the master's program. And so the University of Minnesota is a place that offers that. And throughout our journey tonight, you've already heard from the University of Minnesota Crookston, you'll hear from the University of Minnesota Twin Cities, and you'll hear about SMSU out in Marshall. But we are excited that you are in our profession. We think that you are going to be that positive role model that our students need. And hopefully you'll feel just as enthusiastic a year from now when I ask you how you feel about your year as you do right now. Any last thoughts as you think about the support that a teacher might want or need in a community?
The support that that teachers might need. It's really just the both emotional support and the resources and just the curriculum help. But I also just want to shout out to some teachers like my advisor, Dr. Smith, and Julie Ketterling over at Como. She moved on, but I keep them very close because they're very supportive, and I don't know if I could do it without the support system that agriculture has.
I think that's neat that you gave a shout out, because we have high quality teachers and they deserve to be recognized and celebrated. So as we think about, just again, it all starts in the classroom. That's what makes the FFA experience so special, so solid, and so unique. So we need to support our teachers. We need to support the students that are coming through those programs. So we're glad you are with us. And I'll call you Joshua one last time, but it's Mr. Munoz, students. Keep that in mind. We're going to throw it back in the studio and let Jasmine take it from here.
Thank you so much, Val and Mr. Munoz. Here's to a wonderful start of the new school year, even though we know that it will be different and it will require flexibility and students to really adjust and teachers to adjust. I love what Mr. Munoz said about opportunities lead to other opportunities. And what a wonderful opportunity FFA is for students in the state of Minnesota. Good evening. My name is Jasmine Stringer, and it is my pleasure to be your co-host for tonight's Minnesota FFA Foundation Great Minnesota Give Together Telethon. We are aiming to raise $92,000 to support agriculture, education, and FFA in the great state of Minnesota. I want to turn to the monitor. We are just a little under $42,000 for the evening. We have a long ways to go, so I'm hoping that you will continue to give. If you are a part of Region 4 and you'd like to earmark your funds to go directly to your region, you can text MNFFA4 to 71777. Again, MNFFA4 to 7177. You can also give online at www.mnffafoundation.org. That's mnffafoundation.org. You know, I like to go to the feed for those of you that are watching us in real time online and on YouTube. I saw someone from Mankato, which is down by our farm in Blue Earth, say that they were representing the FFA alumni group in the Mankato area. Hi, Nathan Hannell. Great to see you. So happy to have you tonight. Natasha Mortensen, who provided a video, is online today. We got a lot of shout outs for Emmanuel's powerful keynote and a message about being a shark. And then we had someone say, Nick Pothoff, this makes me want to join FFA. I tell you, I wish I had FFA when I was growing up, because this is a wonderful leadership opportunity. I thought about it. It's not only leadership, it's agriculture, it's passion, it's education, and it's a network of 35,000 students in the state. What a way to make new friends and to learn about wonderful opportunities that can lead you to your future careers, your future paths, and an opportunity to use your gifts, to develop and use your gifts. Okay, we're not at $42,000 yet. But I hope we will get there. Again, I want to encourage you to give mnffafoundation.org. Please text MNFFA4 to 71777. Coming up next, in the next half hour, you are going to hear from Region 4 President Kyle Thomas, Minnesota FFA Foundation Chair-elect Valerie Velde, who's been online with us all night, Assistant Commissioner of Agriculture Patrice Bailey. I had the fun privilege of meeting Assistant Commissioner Bailey last summer on a farm tour, Executive Director for Minnesota FFA Julie Tolosky, Superintendent of CHS Miracle of Birth Center Jim Ertl, a dear friend of mine, RFD TV star Rob Sharkey, better known as the Shark Farmer. We have traveled the world together, and I love his show on RFD TV. And then Region 4 FFA members. So please stay with us. Please donate. www.mnffafoundation.org. We're also on Venmo, and you can text to support your specific region. Thank you.
Hey everyone, and welcome to Region 4. We're so happy that you're here to help us celebrate the Great Minnesota Give Together. My name is Kyle Thomas from the Rockford FFA chapter, proudly serving as this year's Region 4 president. Region 4 is located in the central part of Minnesota, covers the greater Twin Cities area, all the way up to Mille Lacs Lake, and several counties further west of the metro. Region 4 proudly serves 31 FFA programs and over 1,100 FFA members. Today, you will learn about what makes Region 4 so amazing. We're so glad that you're here. Region 4 is the most diverse region when it comes to its involvement in agriculture. Region 4 has many local farms and businesses, including this one, that help provide food for their communities. In addition to those local farms and businesses, Region 4 is also home to 94% of Minnesota's Fortune 500 companies, including one in my hometown. And each and every one of these companies has some involvement in the agriculture supply chain, whether it be financial services, mechanics, food processing, distribution, sanitation, production, and many other important components that make up the agriculture industry.
And for my SAE, I decided to do beef entrepreneurship. This is my second year doing dairy steers as my business. It has been just a crazy, wonderful 2 years that I have been doing this. I've learned so much throughout these 2 years, dealing with from when they're born to when they go to the butcher to get sold, through the vets, all of that stuff. I've learned so much through FFA and through agriculture. It's amazing, and what agriculture does for our world. Thank you all.
Hi, my name is Rob Sharkey, known better in the digital circles as the Shark Farmer. And can you believe that they had to cancel the Minnesota State Fair? All the pageantry, all the livestock shows, all the tradition like the butter sculptures. I know they're doing them on Facebook Live, but I mean, come on, it's not the same as going to the fair and seeing them. But there are things that are being done to try to make it better, kind of like this telethon. And as far as the butter sculptures, well, let me just see here if I can try to do something to help that too. You see, I was in FFA. I had the blue jacket. I was star green hand farmer. I was not a very good student, but FFA kind of gave me something different, because although I couldn't do well on a math test, FFA did teach me that I could do well on other things. I had a more creative mind. I had a lot of guidance counselors that told me I wasn't really going to amount to much, but when I went to FFA class, it was different. You know, you could see the skills, you could see the different mindsets, and they learned to appreciate that. That's what's important. It's important with the 35,000 agriculture education students in Minnesota, and we need your help to get more. It's important because not everybody learns the same way. It's kind of funny, you know, that guidance counselor that told me I wouldn't be anything, I heard he couldn't even get a part in a local play, and I've got my own TV show. FFA taught me how to public speak. I mean, it all started with there, so I owe so much to it. Yes, I know it is a very odd year, but we can get through it. Minnesota FFA Foundation Telethon is a great way to give to these agricultural programs. And as far as the butter sculptures, butter shark doo 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 doo, butter shark doo 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 doo. I tell you what, if you give to the telethon, I'll make sure I'll never sing to you again.
And I'm excited to share with you why I donate to Minnesota FFA, and I think you should consider as well. I'm a 17-year employee at Land O'Lakes. I'm passionate about the agricultural industry, and that developed in the years that I was in FFA. And FFA has a lot to offer students, both those in production ag, but really anyone that just wants to have some passion around leadership opportunities and personal development and personal growth. So I wanted to share a quick story from my background as being an FFA member and all of the amazing opportunities it provides students, from running to office to all of the different leadership development camps, such as Washington Leadership Conference, local, state, and national events and camps, as well as CDEs, career development events, supervised agricultural experiences, and just so much more is available to students to learn everything from developing skills to manage finances, to running a small business, to owning and leveraging their own supervised agricultural experience. For myself, I had a wonderful opportunity to be on the state officer team back a while ago, and I wouldn't have had any of this opportunity without the Minnesota FFA Foundation, and help students like myself that needed that extra financial support at that point in their life. Today, I review scholarship applications for the Minnesota Foundation as part of my position on the board, and I can attest to you that there is a great deal of financial need within our community of FFA members today, just as there was 20 years ago when I was involved. So we rely on you to help us provide these amazing opportunities for students. This is a copy of a scholarship a form that I received. That was from the Minnesota FFA Foundation. And I know today I want to give back, but also I want to encourage others that this opportunity is amazing for students, those that are active in agriculture, and all students across the Minnesota can benefit from being an FFA member. I really appreciate your time and consideration and your donation this year during this telethon for Minnesota FFA. Thank you.
One way agriculture has impacted me is through my SAE project. This is my second summer working at the Fleet Farm Garden Center. There I take daily care of the plants, help customers, operate the cash register, and load mulch and soil into their vehicles. An event that has helped shape my FFA experience is through my chapter's annual corn drive in the fall. With the help of our members, supporting alumni, local businesses, and farmers, we are able to be successful in raising money for our chapter and true friends. At Buffalo High School, we are so lucky to have such a strong group of alumni members. They volunteered their time to help coach CDE and LDE teams. Here at Buffalo High School, we have a crop plot where the alumni plant sweet corn. Each year at our first home football game, they sell each year for $1 a piece. All proceeds go to help our graduating seniors for scholarships in the spring. We also have a high tunnel greenhouse, and all the fresh produce goes to benefit the school lunches here at Buffalo High School. I've been impacted greatly by these events these alumni members invest so much of their time into just for people like me.
I am coming to you to talk to you about different careers within agriculture and why it's important in regards to our students in the careers that they choose and the natural resources. For me to answer this question, I have to take it back to when I was asking myself that when I was a senior out of high school into the transition of college. Agriculture wasn't something that at first I was really interested in because I didn't see agriculture around me growing up in New York City. But it wasn't until I went to college in Texas, a historically black college and university, that I got a chance to really see what agriculture is about and the many possibilities and the many opportunities that you can be involved in. And so I'm here to tell you that agriculture is very much alive. There's so many opportunities and resources that you can be a part of. So if you're looking for a career, look no further than agriculture, and that's in any discipline within agriculture. I wish the telethon a successful venture.
I want to thank Jesse and Kristen for being outstanding advisors. They take time out of their day to help us be successful in everything we do, inside and outside of FFA. They are so much more than just advisors. They are like family. They inspire us to be great leaders by challenging us to do things and explore strengths that we may not have known we had before. On behalf of all the Princeton FFA members, we thank you for being outstanding advisors that impact so many lives in powerful ways.
In my role, I live and often work here in the Twin Cities. Minnesota's metro areas are home to 5 of the 30 largest food and agriculture companies in the world. Residents in communities like Minneapolis and St. Paul are working in agriculture, in processing, innovation, logistics, research, trade, marketing, quality assurance, policymaking, regulation, advocacy, and finance. In every community in Minnesota, jobs in agriculture, food, and natural resources are diverse, rewarding, and in demand. When we think about how students experience and explore careers, many are simply never introduced to the meaningful, engaging, and frankly, very secure work that exists within the world of agriculture. That's why career and technical education, specifically agricultural education, is so important for students today. It matters that young people have the opportunity to explore careers and develop competency and concepts about agriculture, food, and natural resources. In the next decade, we'll see the youngest baby boomers turn 65, and between now and then, it is expected that up to 12,000 of them will retire a day. The competition for their replacements will be fierce. And when we add to that a growing global population, changes in diets due to issues in poverty and culture being addressed, and an increasing mindfulness about climate and environmental challenges, the need is clear that not just any employee will do. The future demands a pipeline of young professionals who are not only prepared for the world of work, but who are passionate and educated. This passionate challenge is why hundreds of agriculture educators across Minnesota are spending their lives responding to this need. FFA members are becoming prepared employees, informed citizens, and engaged consumers who are ready to make decisions about their daily lives that are based upon a framework of understanding of how agriculture impacts their health, their environment, and their financial stability. So whether a member is being prepared for a career through experiences that are facilitated by their teacher, or maybe attending a state-level leadership conference, these local chapters are providing so many opportunities to help students grow in ways that are personalized and meaningful. And they are creating the leaders that our communities, our agribusinesses, and our world desperately need. I strongly believe in the steps taken while students are zipped inside those blue corduroy jackets. They matter not only to their futures, but to each of our futures, and I am so grateful for the support that the Minnesota FFA programs receive through the Minnesota FFA Foundation. Thank you for your participation in today's Great Minnesota Give Together. And as you consider a contribution to the FFA, I hope that you realize that that contribution delivers a return on the investment that lasts not just one lifetime, but many.
We've had over 1,000 Barneys that have participated and given their time over the years, as well as the over 700 Minnesota FFA state officers. The Minnesota State Fair has been a key role and key player, along with the Minnesota Veterinary Medical Association, the Minnesota FFA, of course, and the Minnesota State Fair, as well as the University of Minnesota College of Veterinary Medical Association. The groups got together with a long-term goal of providing an agricultural industry, the livestock industry, with point of view, and making it one of the most largest displays on the Minnesota State Fair, and it's free. It's like the motto, doing to learn, learning to do, earning to live, and then finally giving back and living to serve. That's what the FFA is all about, and that's what ag education and what our FFA leadership is all about. It's our mission.
The Region 4 officer team would like to thank you in advance for your donations. Proceeds will go to support the many components of an FFA member's experience, including career development events and leadership events such as our Explore and Discover FFA Day and our Region Leadership Conference. Other things involve scholarships and many other amazing FFA experiences and opportunities that help make up the largest student-led organization in our nation so amazing. While many of these events may be a little different this year, the goal is still the same: to make a positive difference in the lives of students by developing their potential for premier leadership, personal growth, and career success through agricultural education. We hope you enjoyed our portion of the Great Minnesota Give Together.
Good evening and welcome to the Minnesota FFA Foundation Great Minnesota Give Together. Hello, Region 5. Thank you for joining us tonight.
We're excited that you're here. In fact, we're excited that everybody's watching tonight as we look at ways that we can support the valuable work of agricultural education and the FFA in our schools. And so I'm happy to be alongside Jasmine Stringer. Thank you for being here with us tonight.
Thank you so much for having me, Val. You know, it's so funny. I saw Mr. Munoz said that he was into agriculture because he liked plants and he liked food. I have to admit that I love plants. I especially love flowers, hence the name Jasmine. And I too consider myself a foodie. So I think there are so many ways that people can connect with agriculture. You just don't have to be a farmer.
I think that's a great point, because when I think about what agricultural education does for students, it's everything from the nursery landscape to the animal science, it's the farm business management, but it's small animal, companion animal, those types of programs too. So we serve a wide range of students, and you don't have to have your eye totally set on becoming a farmer or production agriculture. But boy, if we don't love our farmers, which if you haven't noticed, check out Jasmine's shirt there.
It does say thank a farmer, because you know I have a special place in my heart for those production farmers and those that are really planting the fields and growing the crops for us.
Well, you have a farm down by Blue Earth, you and your husband Roger, so it's exciting to be able to celebrate this night with all of you. And to those of you watching, tell the story about agricultural education through student success, through our advisors and through our community supporters.
I mean, I think this is a wonderful night because this is the time when normally we would be at the Great Minnesota Get Together, also known as the Minnesota State Fair. But tonight we are at the Great Give Together Telethon. We're trying to raise $92,000 because FFA Minnesota has been around for 92 years.
We are gearing up for our 92nd year, and with that comes a lot of excitement, but also a lot of vision that the dollars raised tonight are going to help us launch us into that next year and many years to come. FFA has done a really nice job of serving students of all backgrounds and position them to be successful in their career.
And when we look at current events, we really see how important it is for students to have leadership skills and life skills that they get from FFA Minnesota.
It is fun, and I hope that anybody watching tonight either has come to the Minnesota State FFA Convention or will come to a future one, because what you see when you get about 3,500 students there is everybody is on a journey. They all have their own starting spot, and they're all going to have their own end spot. But it's fun and it's inspirational to watch them travel through, grow in their confidence, grow in their speaking ability, their career skills, their leadership skills. Because even if they don't go into agriculture, which there are plenty of opportunities in agriculture, they will develop skills that will serve them in their local community.
They're going to grow life skills. You know, Val, I wrote this great book, Seize Your Life, How to Carpe Diem Every Day. FFA. And I can't wait for the next state convention because I'm hoping I'm going to be able to be a speaker.
Oh, we'd love to hear that message. I think that idea of seize the day and to really embrace the opportunities in front of you is one that we could all benefit from. So I am excited about your book and how you might share that with our students.
Yeah, because we know that opportunities lead to opportunities. I want to check in because this is the telethon. How are we doing? We're not quite at $42,000, but we are getting there. I want to make sure that our viewers know how they can support us and how they can give tonight. They can go online, www.mnffafoundation.org. They can also text MNFFA 5, if you want to support Region 5, to 71777. I'm really hoping that we can, I was hoping to get the 42,000 Val, but I'm going to put a stretch in there. I want us to get to $45,000. Let's see, what time is it? It's 6:06. So I'm hoping that we can get to $45,000 by the end of the hour. We also have some great presentations coming up. Do you want to tell us about them?
Yes, I certainly do. So coming up in this next half an hour, or the next video rather, will be from President of Region 5, Grace Zeidler, State Reporter Anna Early, our Minnesota FFA Foundation Program Coordinator Amanda Summers, the Commissioner of Agriculture Tom Peterson, and Region 5 FFA members. I want to take a moment just to talk a little bit about Commissioner Peterson and his support of FFA students. It is such a great experience to know that we have somebody who's advocating for us on a state level. He's helping to develop those relationships and help our students. So we appreciate Commissioner Peterson. We appreciate all that are supporting agricultural education on the statewide level, because without that support, we simply can't offer these quality programs in our schools. And in regards to schools, we're in about 200 programs, 200 schools, but we see the value and we want to be in every school. We just need to grow.
Well, you know, I know that a lot of times people think about FFA as being only in rural schools. We heard from Mr. Munoz about how the value and the impact that he hopes to have in St. Paul Public Schools with FFA. I'm hoping that you'll come to Minneapolis Public Schools and even some of the other city suburban schools, maybe Bloomington, you know, Brooklyn Park, Orono, because like you said, these are life skills. What are the 3 pillars of FFA again?
It's premier leadership, personal growth, and career success. And what school administrator wouldn't want that for their students? So we would love to have conversations with some of the schools that we're not in yet, so that they can learn about the value and help their students be successful. Our students are graduating at a rate about 10% higher than the state average. That's because hands-on learning combined with the guiding of a teacher that is invested in them year-round is what's going to help make the difference.
And we know if this year has not taught us anything, we know the importance of life skills, and we know the importance of doing things differently and maybe going back to some of those things that we thought, oh, weren't so important. We see the value in them once again.
It is rewarding to see our students and their projects and their development, and it is taking all those things that, you know, I think so many more people are connected with gardening and growing or raising chickens and such. That all can feed into their program and their learning. So
yeah, so many victory gardens this year. You know, I wanted to go online just to see what people are saying, and Roy Johnson, he says, great program. FFA influenced my career in college at UMW and now at Cargill Animal Nutrition and Health. Great to be able to give back, Roy. Thank you so much, Roy. Someone gave a shout out to Kyle for your FFA members. Such a great job telling the story of the previous region, Region 4. And we also have Assistant Commissioner Patrice Bailey online watching us. And someone encouraged or thanked him and Julia Tolowski for their encouraging words.
Well, as you can tell, we have a lot of great supporters, and we want to grow that family of supporters. And so all of you watching, we certainly encourage you to get involved. Tonight, we're asking you to invest financially so that you can help provide these opportunities. But outside of this conversation, if you are near a program, contact that advisor and offer to help. Offer to help with some of the student competition opportunities that are there.
Yeah, I volunteered at the state convention a couple years ago, and it was amazing to see the students. I mean, they really had their stuff together, and they were nervous, but they were excited. Before we go to the videos, do you want to tell us a little bit about Region 5?
Region 5 is a great region of our state, that west central area. Our programs are strong there, and they're serving students in a way that really affects that area. So you start to see some of the flavor of that area, whether it's the sugar beet crops that are grown there. The overall programs are solid, and we see some outdoor recreation as well. That's just a small little glimpse of what's happening in Region 5, but we've got some great stories to tell.
Yeah, so we'll turn it over to Region 5.
Hi everyone, my name is Grace Idler and I am this year's Region 5 president. Region 5 is located in the southwest portion of central Minnesota. I am so thrilled to be able to share the talent and stories that Region 5 has to offer.
At FFA, I have been given the great opportunity to go to both state and national conventions. At National Convention, my chapter decides to take an agricultural related tour every year. These tours have included case manufacturing and Fair Oaks dairy and pork production. At the regional and state level, I have competed in multiple CDE contests. These contests include Fish and Wildlife for the past 5 years and Crops for the past 4. In the Crops contest, I have had the great opportunity to continue on to the state level for the past 2 years. With my love of crops and the skills I have learned in the crops contest, I decided to base an SAE off of this in the area of ag services. In 2018, my local FFA alumni organization contacted me asking if I would be willing to do scouting and field work for their 3 test plots. These test plots include 2 corn and 1 soybean plot. I start off the year with the planting of the plots. Once the crops are planted, I go every week to determine growth stages and to identify insects and diseases that may positively or negatively impact the yield of the crop.
And today I will be talking about my SAE. If you couldn't tell by the video, I love chickens. So of course, my SAE is poultry. I currently have over 120 chickens, 40 of which are laying hens, 5 are my roosters, and the rest are chicks that I hatched out this spring. So my 40 laying hens, of course, they produce eggs for me and I sell them to members of the community, but currently, because of COVID, I have been giving them away to families in need, especially with the loss of jobs and the inflation prices of chicken eggs in the supermarket. With the leftover eggs that I don't sell, I actually end up hatching in the spring and throughout the summer as well, because this year especially there's been a high demand on chickens with everyone being home and finding hobbies. So I sell my chicks, and otherwise the ones that do not sell, I'll raise up and I'll sell as adults. And I'll get my money back out of them as well. That pays for the process. Then with my 5 roosters, of course, they keep my flock going and they also provide fertilization to the eggs, so then I can hatch them out as well if I'm not able to sell the eggs for food. And then my chicks, right now I hatched them out of my current roosters and hens, and I bought a few along the way as well, and I'll raise them and they'll come in and they'll replace my older hens that aren't laying as well anymore, and they'll also fill the spots that have emptied throughout the summer and the winter, unfortunately. I also have a new coop that I spent my time building, and so then they'll also take up that shed.
And while I'm a state officer now, I'll never forget my roots back home in Litchfield, which is where my story began. While my joining story looks a little bit different than my other teammates, that is completely okay. So let's take a couple steps back to my freshman year. I knew I had wanted to be in FFA. My dad and my sister were both in FFA, and I loved agriculture. It was the perfect organization for me. However, I was painfully shy, and I was not about to walk into a room full of strangers and say, I want to join your organization. So I wasn't in FFA. It wasn't until I had an upperclassman who was really tall and really scary approach me one morning at school, and he informed me that I had missed practice. Now, I didn't know what practice I had missed, who he was, or where he was taking me, but we ended up in the ag room. And that was where I was introduced to 5 of my teammates who later came on to basically be brothers to me. We competed for 3 years throughout conduct of chapter meetings and parliamentary procedure. We had ups and downs and everything in between together, and a whole host of memories to go along with it. Those guys did not have to be my family just because we were winning. Our first competition was terrible. We got 37 points, and if you know parliamentary procedure, it's out of something around 1,000. We knew from there we had to come together and grow, and we did. That led us to the state championship in conduct of chapter meetings, and a couple years later it led us to the state championship in parliamentary procedure. We weren't there because we were winning. We were there because we enjoyed being around each other. And as we continued to grow within FFA, we got to experience a lot of different things. For me, I started attending different state conferences, and I even attended a national conference. And that expanded my FFA family. I started meeting students all the way up in northern Minnesota and all the way down in southern Minnesota. And they were my family, yet I only saw them maybe once or twice a year. What changed for me once I joined FFA was my sense of belonging. I was involved in so many other organizations in high school and coming into high school, and I loved them. I just didn't truly feel like I belonged. But after I joined FFA and I had all of these individuals who didn't necessarily know me, but they wanted to get to know me, that showed me that there truly is an organization out there that welcomes students in and gives them a family aspect and welcomes them with open arms. FFA is not just parliamentary procedure, and it's not just going to all of these really fun conferences. It's building your network and your family around you and finding your sense of belonging. Thank you so much for supporting the Minnesota FFA and giving students like me so many different opportunities to continue to grow their families.
Hello. From the ICW chapter officers, come along and find out about our main community service activities.
This is our chapter greenhouse. We have a variety of veggies and flowers. We get most of our income here that go towards a bunch of the things that we do.
With the money we make at our chapter greenhouse, we use it for many events, including state and national convention, state leadership camps, and of course chapter events, including Parents' Night Out and Egg Olympics.
Our chapter greenhouse teaches us many skills that we will use throughout our life, such as leadership, business and money management, and communication.
This is our community garden, which members tend to as a part of a summer agricultural class.
Members of the community can come pick produce anytime that they want, and it promotes a healthy lifestyle.
Our community supporters, especially Kevin Bratch, Vincart, and everyone else.
My agri-science project is about the fat consistency in bacon through different cooking methods and seeing which one extracts the most fat from bacon. To start with this project, I researched 3 of the most popular cooking processes of bacon, which are a frying pan, a bacon crisper, and a baking pan. First, I weighed all of the raw bacon to make sure that I knew what was the weight of the fat beforehand. After I then used the 3 cooking methods, I then weighed each bacon again to see how much it weighed afterwards. Then I used a mortar and pestle to crush the bacon, so that way when I used the acetone to dissolve the fat from the bacon. Once it dissolved, I then weighed just the fat to see how much fat was left over. Once I did all this, I then did it 3 times for 3 trials. I then found that over the results, the pan did the least amount well. The fat stayed in the pan and absorbed it. The second one was the frying pan, just mainly because it kind of got rid of some of the fat, but not all of the fat, so it still absorbed some of it. The best one to reduce the most fat was the bacon crisper. It has the bacon rise above on a rack, leaves the fat from the bacon, thus making it better for removing the most amount of fat.
I bought my first heifer back in 2017. My herd's grown a lot since then. I am now up to 12 head currently. Back in 2018, I applied for a youth loan through the FFA, or the Farm Service Agency. Then I was able to purchase a bred female and a cow-calf pair and grow my herd even farther, along with my 2 other heifers who were bred. Now, here, this is Tucker. She raised me a calf this year. She's my show heifer from last year. She's my big pal and my best bud. She's a very good show heifer, and what I do with them is I teach them to show themselves. Now if I can get her set up. And then I show them just like this. The judge will go around and view my animal for how well she's geared and for good structural needs. Now the judge is looking for good structure in them, especially with the breeding female. They really need to have nice sound hips and legs so they can live a long and productive life. Now, they should also be able to milk when they're a cow. If they can't milk enough, then the calf isn't good enough to eat. It's very good that this one raises a good calf and also milks really well for one calf.
Thank you so much for joining us at the Great Minnesota Give Together tonight. We're so glad to have you here to hear the stories and impact statements from our teachers, our students, and our staff, and many other ag education supporters across Minnesota. What an impact ag education can make on our students' lives in Minnesota. Thank you so much for joining us. We're glad to have you here. I want to share a little bit about our Blue Jackets Bright Futures program. Many of you are likely familiar with this program, but if you're tuning in with no experience in FFA, we'd love to share with you about our program, the Blue Jackets Bright Futures program. This is a program that the Minnesota FFA Foundation offers to our students across Minnesota to apply for their very first blue jacket that they're able to wear and support and offer at all of our events across Minnesota. What a difference the blue jacket can make on a young person's life, and maybe you could help support that for the first time in their FFA career. You could make a difference by sponsoring an $85 jacket for a member in Minnesota that maybe couldn't afford their own blue jacket. We would love you to help. Consider sponsoring a blue jacket this year through the Blue Jackets Bright Futures program. There's an easy way for you to log into the Minnesota FFA Foundation's website, mnffafoundation.org, and click on Ways to Give, the Blue Jacket program, and you'll be able to easily sponsor a jacket for those members in need. Last year alone, we were able to sponsor 442 blue jackets through the program, thanks to so many of our awesome supporters and sponsors, and maybe even you. Thank you so much for giving that gift of infinite possibilities to FFA members across Minnesota. We truly hope you'll consider sponsoring a jacket this year, and thank you so much for joining us tonight. We're glad to have you here at the Great Minnesota Give Together.
Everyone has their own reason for joining the FFA, whether it be their love of leadership, love of agriculture, or love of social interaction. Mine happens to be all three. Another thing that pushed me to join the FFA is my advisor, Mr. Rob Cole. Mr. Cole is one of the funniest, kindest, wisest, and most sarcastic people you will ever meet. Whether it's 7 a.m. at a contest practice, cracking jokes because you're not awake, or a three-hour road trip to a contest, or just for fun. Mr. Cole, you can find him jamming out to not the Spice Girls because he despises them, but something probably about Johnny Cash or Bohemian Rhapsody. Mr. Cole is also one of the people that you can go to for not only advice on forestry or soils or conduct of chapter meetings or parliamentary procedure, but life. There are many times you can find someone in the ag room at early hours or late evenings getting advice from Mr. Cole, whether it be on what job to get, what to do with their future, or just how to figure out a life situation.
And this is a little bit about both of my SAEs. First SAE that I do that I'm going to talk about is beef entrepreneurship. So me and my older brother Dylan Turning have about 30 head of Simmental beef cows that we're right now just raising and breeding, and then after we sell the steers and then we keep breeding the heifers and eventually we use them for meat. And in 2019 I had the opportunity to win a Red Angus heifer and introduce her genetics into our herd, and I had to write an essay and then I got called back for an interview, and then a couple weeks later I got told I won the cow. So I showed her at county fair and state fair, and then I bred her, and now we have a little Red Angus calf running around a farm that I was going to show this year, but because of COVID I couldn't. So yeah, that's my beef side of it. My second SAE that I'm starting this year is something on horses. So I've been riding horses about as long as I've been working with cows, so basically my whole life. And this year I just got a new horse. His name is Steven, and he's a 5-year-old quarter horse. So what I'm doing with him is raising and training him to run barrels. So that is a rodeo event. It's called barrel racing, and also to do WSCA events, which are some of the events you'll see at the state, some of the Western events you'll see at the state fair. And this is a video of one of our best runs we've done so far. So he, like I said, he's a 5-year-old and he is running at the top of his game at the moment. Like, he's running up at the top, and that is very, very exciting. I have never expected to have a colt as smart and as freaky fast as he is, but yeah, that's that. So what we do is we ride at home and we do all these different drills. It's a lot like hockey or football where you have practice and you have to do these drills and stuff to get better. That's exactly the same with them. And when we race them, we sometimes make money back, other times we don't. And yeah, that's what I'm doing with him at the moment.
I had a dream about a burning house. You were stuck inside, I couldn't get you out. I lay beside you and pulled you close, and the two of us went up in smoke. Love isn't all that it seems. I did you wrong. I'll stay here with you until this dream is gone. 'Cause I've been sleepwalking, been wandering all night, trying to take what's lost and broke and make it right. I've been sleepwalking, too close to the fire, but it's the only place that I can hold you tight in this burning house.
Hi, I'm Tom Peterson, Minnesota Department of Agriculture Commissioner, and it's great to join the Minnesota FFA Foundation today for the Great Minnesota Gift Together. You know, I'm really missing the state fair this year and missing hanging out with all the FFA students at the different exhibits and watching the shows, but you know, we've had to adapt this year and do a lot of things virtually like we're doing today. I can think of no better investment than making a donation to the Minnesota FFA Foundation, which helps our 35,000 students across the state that are involved in agricultural education. I've been grateful over the years to be able to participate in the golf fundraiser for FFA. I know that I've probably got last place every year, but our team, but you know, it's so great to be out there and be able to greet the FFA students and have fun. And, you know, over the years, too, I've been able to purchase blue jackets and be a part of organizations that have purchased blue jackets for through the foundation. And so I hope that you'll join me in making a gift or donation to the FFA Foundation. I think it's a really great, worthwhile cause. You know, I mentioned that I've been doing this for a long time now, and I think it's interesting to see as I'm, you know, 20 some years into my career that I can think of FFA students now that I worked with, 10, 15 years ago, who are now well into their careers. And I could see then that when they were students, that they were going to be wonderful and great citizens and really contribute to Minnesota's agricultural economy in the state as whole. So again, grateful to join you today, and look forward to making a donation and all the great things that the Minnesota FFA Foundation does. Thank you.
Thank you for tuning in and letting us share our agriculture story in Region 5.
Good evening and welcome back to the Minnesota FFA Foundation Great Minnesota Give Together this evening.
It's an exciting night for all of us, not only here in studio, but all across the state of Minnesota as we celebrate these programs and, more importantly, the students that are involved in agricultural education across the state. So you're seeing throughout the night a combination of video footage of these students. And, when we think about that student experience, it's about premier leadership, personal growth, and career success. So it's a fun night.
Yeah. For those of you that don't know who I am, my name is Jasmine Stringer. I am a speaker, a lifestyle expert, and an author. My husband is a farmer. I consider myself a hobby farmer, baby farmer also. I love to grow wonderful fruits and vegetables in our garden, and we can them. And it's my pleasure to be your co-host tonight with Val.
Nice to be here as well. I'm Val Arsvold, Executive Director of the Minnesota FFA Foundation. I've always been involved with agricultural education and the FFA for many, many years. I won't tell you exactly.
Yeah, I understand. You had an opportunity almost in our neck of the woods down in southern Minnesota, but God had you go a different area.
I had a great experience. I was a graduate of the University of Minnesota. I was a Golden Gopher with my degree in agricultural education. I took that education and went out and went to Wilmer and was a high school agriculture teacher. But as you're referencing, there were a number of opportunities for me as far as places to teach. And one of them was in your neck of the woods in Blue Earth. But a lot of opportunities happened, and I ended up in Wilmer with a great bunch of fellow agriculture teachers. So it was a great place to be. Yeah. But that kind of highlights a need and part of the reason of the telethon tonight, and that is we have a shortage of teachers. And so the dollars raised tonight are going to help support the encouragement, the development, and others to get them into this profession, which is very rewarding.
Yeah, so I just want to say welcome to those that are watching live tonight, but you might not be watching live. You might be watching this on a replay on Facebook or on YouTube. And if you are watching it on replay, you too can give to the Great Minnesota Give Together. All you have to do is visit www.mnffafoundation.org to give. You can also give electronically via Venmo, MNFFA Foundation on Venmo. And then if you are watching live tonight and you're a part of Region 6 or you want your funds to support Region 6, simply text MNFFA6 to 71777. And we heard from Commissioner Tom Peterson in the last segment of videos, and he mentioned the Blue Jackets. Now, Val, I wish I could get me a Blue Jacket, but you already told me it's not possible. I'm not going to get a Blue Jacket. But let's talk about these jackets, because they're kind of a big deal.
That is certainly our iconic uniform and piece of our FFA experience. And so if you are an FFA member, you have the opportunity to get your own jacket. Well, we established the Blue Jacket Bright Futures program here in Minnesota to help students who otherwise financially might not be able to secure their own jacket. So dollars raised tonight will help support FFA students in getting their own jacket. And I think what's really neat about the jacket is that on the front is the member's name. On the back of the jacket, it has the town or community in which they are a student at. And then on the very back top is the state. And as Jasmine's showing, all of it is said here. This is why young people are part of something bigger than themselves. Again, your name is on one part of it, but you represent your community and your state. And when we go out and about with students, we tell them, you have to live up to a high level of expectation because you represent so much more. So of our 35,000 students out there, we want to get as many as possible involved in the FFA, and that's why your donations tonight, your support of FFA on the local and state level or national are important because we need to support our students.
Well, I will tell you, Val, you know that I was not a member of FFA in my younger years, but I did participate in the MARL program, another great leadership program for adults, Minnesota Agricultural and Rural Leadership. And so many of my MARL counterparts were FFA alum, and they all had their jackets. So that's how I was introduced to the FFA Blue Jacket. So once you start in FFA, I think you have the trajectory to be involved in agriculture and ag leadership for a lifetime if you choose to go that route.
It's just weaved into the experience, and that is that you are growing as an individual, but then it's your responsibility to give back.
Right.
Just like Marl, you referenced them. Our students realize that they're involved with community service at the local level. It goes beyond their own experience. Sometimes it's inconvenient to get up at crazy early hours to go out and to be involved in that community service project, but it's what's important to that community, and that's what we're striving to put into the FFA experience.
Well, I will tell you, FFA started as an agricultural leadership program, but we know that it's so much more than that. But I do believe that FFA is planting seeds of leadership, of hope, of possibilities and opportunities in the lives of these students.
You've hit it right on the head. As I think about the students that, when I was a classroom teacher, seeing my own children come through, my own experience, it helps you grow as an individual. It helps you develop skills and knowledge that is going to serve you for years to come. It takes you out of your comfort zone, out of your little community or big community, whatever that might be. It takes you to a state FFA convention with nearly 4,000 FFA students there.
An amazing experience.
Yes,
an amazing experience.
It is, as well as potentially taking you to the National FFA Convention where you get out of the state, where it might take you to Washington Leadership Conference, and for some, even an international agriculture experience.
Wow. So let's go over to the monitor. So we are now at $42,377. We're trying to raise $92,000 tonight. So we really need you to pick up the phone, text, get on your computer, dial, pick out your phone, and send a donation via Venmo because we need these funds. Val, besides the Blue Jackets and paying for agriculture teachers, how else are these funds going to be used?
Well, we are so excited that we invested the chapters, and so chapter growth is essential to our programs. If the student isn't supported locally, it's hard for them to access the rest of the wonderful opportunities in the FFA. But one of the areas that's so exciting to talk about is our Legacy Club, the grants that we give to our local chapters. And tonight is pretty special because as you've been to our various platforms, you might see we have some thank you gifts for people who make donations. At the $25 level, it's a duffel bag. At the $100 level, it's a t-shirt. And at the $1,000 level, Jasmine's going to show a beautiful We Live to Share Bonnie Moore print that was commissioned for the Minnesota FFA Foundation. This print represents what's right with agriculture, the beautiful flowing field of corn, the rising sun, the patriotic eagle up there, and all of those things are just really a nice celebration of what's right with agriculture. That is our thank you gift today. Those are limited editions signed and numbered from the artist, Miss Bonnie Moore, and Bonnie was an FFA member herself, so she really did a great job of capturing a scene that represents a lot of our experiences.
And when we talk about what's right with agriculture today, we can't forget that these students are what's right, and they are our future, and they are extremely important. So this is an investment into our future.
I agree. I think every dollar that's invested in agricultural education is a dollar well spent. When I think about how we instill in these students the desire to give back, they do give back. They get involved in their local communities, and they are there to make sure that students come alongside them and grow as leaders among within the program. So it's an investment, one that I'm convinced I've dedicated my personal and professional life to making sure that students would have these opportunities. It's worth your investment. And we're not asking you to break the bank, but we are asking you all to get involved and engage in something so worthy as supporting these students.
You know, I want to take it online and read a couple of the real-time comments we're getting, if you don't mind, Val. We have Lara Durbin, who said so many wonderful messages about food and agriculture and how the two intersect with leadership in the Minnesota FFA program for students. I'm so proud to be a supporter of this organization, and we are so proud and honored to have you as a supporter also, Lara. We have someone watching all the way from Washington, D.C. Hi, Robin Kinney. I went to college in Washington, D.C. at American University. We're so thankful that you're tuning in tonight. Amy Smith, love to see this awesome celebration of Ag Ed and FFA, such a great organization to invest in. And we need your support. Now, we know normally this time of year we would be at the Great Minnesota Get Together, but tonight we're at the Great Minnesota Give Together. So we need you to give. Where are we? We are at $42,504. We have had 67 donors, 6 funders. We also have some great sponsors, and we have a matching opportunity. So we still have some numbers to hit on our matching opportunity. We have a $5,000 matching grant opportunity available from these sponsors: AI Corn, AURI, CoBank, Paul and Val Arsvold, First International Bank and Trust, Paul Hansen Family, Jean and Keith Johnson, Minnesota Agri-Growth Council, Nick and Valerie Velde, and Dr. Curtis Young.
This is a wonderful group of supporters here, and they found it in themselves to give, to encourage all of you to give. So we certainly want to give a shout out and appreciation to our matching fund sponsor, but also to encourage you to take advantage of that matching fund grant.
Yeah, and we also have our purple ribbon sponsors, but I want to make sure we thank our blue ribbon sponsors, because everybody knows the blue ribbon from the Minnesota State Fair: Olmsted, Wabasha County Corn and Soybean Growers, Precise Solutions, Southern Minnesota Center for Agriculture and Excellence. And then we also have a blue ribbon sponsor for the coming up video series, and that was Cargill. So we want to say thank you to Cargill. Coming up in this next half hour, you're going to hear from Region 6 President Sydney Hubner.
We'll hear from our State Vice President, Emily Zanarud.
Minnesota State FFA Superintendent TJ Brown.
And Region 6 FFA members. Again, as we look at this journey of students developing their skills, think about the courage it takes for a teenager to record a video and share that with the world, but they're willing to do it because of the guidance of their teachers and others involved with agricultural education.
We need you to support us tonight. Visit www.mnffafoundation.org.
Hi, I'm Sydney Hubner from the Pipestone Area FFA chapter, serving as this year's Region 6 president. Here in Region 6, we hold many activities to grow our members both as leaders and as individuals, while still having fun, of course. This year, Region 6 has been beyond blessed with 16 new advisors. On behalf of the Region 6 officer team, I would like to say welcome to all of our amazing new advisors. We can't wait to work with each and every one of you. Region 6 is located in the bottom southwest corner of the state of Minnesota. Region 6 FFA will be hugely impacted by these donations and sponsorships. The proceeds of this telethon will go towards activities within our region, such as Green Hand Day, career development events, leadership development events, chapter officer workshops, region officer resources, region fun night, and so much more. Help us make Region 6 a better place for our members to learn, grow, and succeed. Thank you for your support, and I hope you enjoy our videos, because we, as Region 6, believe in the future of agriculture.
FFA has given me the chance to speak and use my voice. I have been heard through many different occasions, and I know that my hard work does not go unnoticed. My ag advisors push me to be the best every single day. They encourage me, they see me for who I am, and they let me know that what I'm doing matters. I have given the chance to use my voice for something bigger, to be a part of a bigger organization than just my school, than just my small town, Minnesota. Although FFA will not be a part of my life forever, I know that it will always leave an impact on my life and has made me into the person I am today. It has pushed me to be greater. It has allowed me to go farther than I even imagined when I joined in 9th grade. Now, looking into my senior year, I can look back on all of the memories I've made at National Convention, State Convention, and the camps such as Green Hand and SLCCL, or State Leadership Camp. I have made friends that I know I can go to at any moment in time. People who encourage me and see me for the person that I know I can become.
I was super psyched to find out that I was on the state officer team because FFA is where I found how to become a great teammate and how to build a great team. It started when one of my classmates was walking down the hall yelling my name, saying, "Emily, you're on the egg sales team." And my reaction was like, yes, I am. I was in FFA before, but I wasn't an active member, and I never found that one CD that really stuck out to me. I remember that day after school, we went to the egg classroom, and our advisor said, "I have one rule for you guys, and to try your best." She said, "Your first competition is in 2 weeks." Us thinking we had a couple months to prepare, we were all scared out of our minds. 2 weeks rolls around and we had to wake up at 5 a.m. And if you guys knew our team, we were not morning people. We were late to school at 8 a.m. So 5 a.m. was a challenge, but we all made it. And on the way up, we were trying to study test, get down planning, and how we were gonna sell our product. We got to the college and we were trying to talk to other teams and see their experience, and most of them were on their 3rd or 2nd year of egg sales, and we had 2 weeks under our belt. We experienced the typical first year competition team. We whispered because we thought we were too loud. We had no idea what our product was and read out of our binders, and we guessed on the whole test. But when we found out our results later that day, we got 7th out of 9th. And I remember going into that day and our team leader said, all we gotta do is not get last. So we called our advisor and we were all pumped. And she's like, what happened? We're like, we're not gonna tell you. And I remember she's like, I gotta go. And we're like, no, stay there. And so we went back to our school. We ran up to her and we're like, we got 7th. And she's like, out of how many people? And we're like, 9 teams. And she was super psyched for us. Our next practice, we sat down and we looked at the results, see what we could work on, see what we didn't do so well. And we saw that the other 2 teams that we beat didn't have complete teams. They had 2 members and 3 members. And so at that moment, we were like, oh, so we didn't do that well. But that's when my advisor said, it's because you guys showed up. That's why you placed. And from that moment, it showed me that it doesn't matter what you think the outcome's gonna be. If you're not gonna like it, that you have to show up when it matters. I lead with this mentality as I go throughout my FFA career. Even though I have no agricultural background, I knew that it mattered when I showed up. With none of my family working in agriculture, I pursue a career in agriculture now because I see the importance of having different perspectives in agriculture. As a state officer, I want to show members that no matter their background or where they came from, that they are welcomed in FFA. So I want to thank you for supporting FFA and helping us show that young leaders in Minnesota that they have a future in agriculture.
So I'm going to be talking about my SAEs today. I have 2 of them. My first one I'm talking about is going to be ag production. So I live on a family farm and I farm with my grandparents, my dad and my brothers. We grow about 2,000 acres of corn and soybeans. We split that half and half. My role is on the farm. I drive equipment and help my dad run places and fix. I drive tractor, I drive semi-truck, and then during the harvest season, I drive the grain cart most of the time and semi. And during the spring, during planting, I drive the planter and I run seed. So my second SAE is construction. I pour concrete. I started that this last year in the spring. And so what we do is we pour concrete pads, sidewalks, and then curb and gutter. When I first started, we poured a lot of curb and gutter through our neighborhood, and then throughout the course and that we got that finished, and then we started with the parking lot, and now we do some pads. What my job consists of is forming the concrete, or forming the area around the concrete so the concrete has a place to go, paving and grading the gravel to have a level surface for the concrete. And then when it comes to pouring, I'm in the mud or the concrete and I'm raking it back and flattening it out, and then after that we're all done, we're finished, and I do a lot of brooming.
At the Great Minnesota Get Together, I coordinate and oversee numerous programs and contests for the FFA members in Minnesota. They include various livestock shows for a multitude of species, a crop show, an ag mechanics show, landscape booths, a tractor driving contest, and 2 livestock judging contests, general and dairy. Annually, we have over 1,000 FFA members who bring projects to the state fair, and we have about 3,000 projects entered every single year. We love the FFA members of the Minnesota State Fair because they are some of the best youth leaders in our state, and it's so fun to get to showcase them to the people that attend the Minnesota State Fair. We think they're awesome because the work that they do to prepare their projects to come to the state fair makes them a tremendously great bunch of kids. Why do I say that? Because what we see in the show ring is just a tiny fraction of the work that went into to prepare those projects for the state fair. Those students spend countless hours at home working with their projects, preparing them, when maybe some of their other friends are off doing things that could be more fun. But they still have the grit and the tenacity to stick with it, maybe shed some tears and even some blood, but they know that they'll be rewarded in the end. So they keep charging towards the finish. It's that character and integrity that can't be duplicated any other way, especially in today's microwave Google type culture where they look for the quick reward or the quick answer. Showing projects at the Minnesota State Fair takes effort over time, and the reward is not quick. Students eventually do get to that show ring, and they get the chance to show what they've done. Sometimes they're rewarded and sometimes they're not. And even when they're not at the top of their class, they learn a valuable lesson and set better goals for the next year and are better for it, being challenged to keep striving for higher achievement. It's awesome to see students in the barn leading up to shows, working on their projects, last minute details. There's an excitement in the air. They're having fun. They're excited to go in the show ring. The audience is excited to see what's happening, and it's just a blast. Students are meeting students from other chapters. There's camaraderie. They're helping each other out. It's all around just a really exciting, great place to be.
Since I joined FFA, I've been involved in every activity I could, from community service projects to camps to conventions. My favorite activity so far has been SGLC, where I met so many new people and learned so many new skills. FFA has impacted my life by making me more confident in myself, gaining teamwork skills, and just overall life skills that will help me in my future career. Like my SAE, for example. My SAE is agriculture education, where I taught kids and even some adults about farm safety, FFA, and ag. So overall, FFA has made a big impact on my life. And without my advisors, which is a huge thanks to them, I wouldn't be here.
One of my favorite things about FFA is meeting new people and hanging out with my friends. When I was a freshman, I didn't know much about FFA and agriculture, but I had an older friend in cross country that was super involved in FFA, and she encouraged me to join. And once I did, I was hooked. I couldn't come to enough meetings, conventions, or be a part of as many teams as I could. This year, I am on the meats judging team and the parliamentary procedure team. Parliamentary procedure is one of my favorite things in FFA, and this year I'm on the team with some of my best friends, and it can be challenging at times, but it's amazing to see all 6 of our brains working at once. One of the main reasons I wanted to run for region office this year is to inspire younger kids like my friend did.
I've been in FFA for about 3 years now, and in some way it's impacted my life as it showed me some teamwork, social skills, and problem solving. Some of those examples have been camps and some state conventions and region contests. I've actually been to a state convention, and from there I met some really cool people and now friends and talk and hang out, so that's super cool. One of my favorite projects that we've done is writing to some of the residents here at Sleepy Eye Care Center, and that actually inspired me to get a job there. So that was really cool and became really helpful. Overall, just a great impact on your life. It shows you skills that you wouldn't be able to learn in school, and I would recommend it to anybody to join because you get to meet new people, you get to, like I said, learn skills, and it's a great way to get out there, and I hope that everybody has the opportunity to get those things done.
The Pipestone Area FFA chapter is blessed enough to have 3 advisors this year. So this year's officer team would like to share how our advisors have impacted our lives as well as every student they meet.
I'm Kendra Folkers from the Pipestone Area FFA chapter, and my advisors have been influential in my life, not only in my FFA career, but in my real life situations that I've gone through.
Hi, I'm Tiana Muller from the Pipestone Area FFA chapter, and my advisor, Ms. Rockness, has impacted me by encouraging me to step out of my comfort zone and try new leadership events, TDEs, and LDEs.
Hi, I'm Cameron Paulson from the Pipestone Area FFA chapter, and my advisors have influenced me to be a better leader and have pushed me to participate in other leadership activities.
Hi, I'm Emily Nelson from the Pipestone FFA chapter, and my advisor, Ms. Rockness, has impacted me by her actions, and she's always shown me what to do, when to do it, and she's never afraid to help anyone out, but at the right time. She always does what is expected and asked of her, even if she doesn't necessarily want to do it. She always does it no matter what. And our new advisor, Ms. Resch, has impacted me because she's shown up and has been dedicated to every single one of our SAE visits, chapter meetings, interviews, anything that we've needed, she's been there.
Thank you, Ms. Resch and Ms. Rogness, for being such awesome advisors and having such a good impact on the members in our chapter.
Hi, my name is Nolan Stark from the Pipestone Area FFA chapter. My advisors have taught me better leadership skills and better public speaking. Therefore, I can use it in my future.
Hi, I'm Colton Patras from the Pipestone Area FFA chapter, and my advisors have taught me better leadership skills and have pushed me to do more CDE events.
My name is Haley Neerling. I am currently a student at Southwest Minnesota State University studying agriculture education and agribusiness management. Before college, I grew up on my family dairy farm just in northeast Iowa, Decorah, where we milked about 200 head of Holsteins. This is ultimately where I got my interest in agriculture and where my future in agriculture took off. In high school, I knew 3 things that I wanted my future career to look like. 1, I knew that I wanted to be involved with agriculture somehow in my future career. 2, I knew that I wanted to be some sort of leader in the community and to students one day. 3, I knew that I wanted to be a part of laying the foundation for the next generation of agriculturalists.
My name is Brock Fox. I'm a senior at Southwest Minnesota State University, and I'm majoring in agriculture education.
Hey everybody, this is the SMSU agronomy test plots. You can tell it's a test plot because of the way it is.
Thanks to the support and donations from the local community, hands-on learning experiences like this are possible.
So this is my second year out of the SMSU plots, and this is one opportunity that I would have never had if it wasn't for local community support and donations.
Hi, my name is Justin Bicey, and I'm studying agricultural education at Southwest Minnesota State University. As a future ag educator, I hope to one day have the local community support to give my students the same hands-on learning experiences that I've had.
Hi FFA community, my name is Ian Weifels and I am the Assistant Director for Recruitment and Marketing for our agriculture programs here at SMSU. And I just want to encourage you guys to keep continuing to support your local FFA communities. It's such a wonderful opportunity for students and you know, so many valuable things that come out of it, and what a great networking opportunity for those students to take advantage of. So here I am encouraging you, support your local FFA chapters and support agriculture whenever you get the chance. Thank you.
One way that you can support your local agriculture education department is through financial support. The opportunities are endless for the agriculture education department when finances aren't a struggle.
We thank you for watching our portion of the Minnesota FFA Telethon.
Good evening and welcome back to the Minnesota FFA Foundation Great Minnesota Give Together. I am Jasmine Stringer with Val Arsvold, and it is our pleasure to be your co-host tonight for this fundraiser Give Together Telethon.
Well, we're entering in our last hour of the telethon, but just so you know, the giving doesn't have to stop. We encourage you to give tonight. We have some great thank you gifts that will be sent out to you following this telethon for contributions of $25 for a duffel bag, $100 and above for a t-shirt to commemorate this event, and $1,000 and above will get you a beautiful Bonnie Moore print, limited edition, signed and numbered. So we're entering into this last hour, but the giving can continue because it's just that important.
We want to say thank you to everyone that's watching online. I have the iPad here. We're reading your comments. Keep them coming and keep the giving coming. You can give online at mnffafoundation.org, or if you want to give directly to Region 7, you can simply text MNFFA7 to 71777.
So when you give to the Minnesota FFA Foundation, you're giving to something bigger than all of us. You're giving to the 35,000 students currently enrolled in agricultural education classes, but with the idea that we want to grow and serve more. So your gift magnifies. When you think about inspiring a young person today, who knows what positive things they're going to do in the future, but we know they're going to do them, and that's the exciting part of tonight.
Yeah, your gift is a seed of hope, a seed of opportunity, a seed of leadership in the life of a young person in our state.
And who doesn't want to invest in that?
Yeah.
I think of the people that I've interacted with that have come through the FFA, and it's fun to watch them set their goals and establish themselves on a career path, and all the time thinking about, how do I give back? How do I make a difference? And as I think about the challenges that are facing us right now, whether it's the coronavirus or the different challenges that are in front of us, we all want seeds of hope, like you said. And so this is a way to do your part to help ensure that students have the right opportunities.
And we realize that, FFA is not just for those in rural communities. We have some chapters in the cities area, but this is an opportunity for students to become and find their true self. I loved it when the young lady said that. But we also know that there are college opportunities now.
Well, we wanted to give a shout out to the 3 universities in Minnesota who help train ag educators, because it all starts with the school-based agricultural education. And so we just got done watching a nice video of SMSU out in Marshall. And so we want to make sure that our university partners who are busy training these teachers are given the support that they need, the encouragement. So throughout our telethon tonight, we've heard from the University of Minnesota Crookston, the University of Minnesota Twin Cities, and SMSU. And they have an important job in front of them because we have a shortage of teachers. And your support tonight will help us address those needs.
And where else will the funds that are given tonight go?
So we've got a Blue Jacket Bright Futures program that we want to give every student their own jacket, so they have an opportunity to grow and develop into the young person that they were meant to be. It will go to our Legacy Club grants. All success, all of that starts at the foundation at the chapter level. And so Legacy Club grants give that chapter some funds to do a project to enhance their program and overall invest in their students.
So we've heard a little bit about the state convention, we've heard about nationals, we've heard about the foreign study. Can you elaborate a little bit more on those programs?
Sure, there's so many opportunities, and I think each student finds something different in each one. So even before they might access all of those, or at least some of them, they probably are considering and hopefully have attended one of our state FFA leadership camps that take place in the summer. Those opportunities are key because a student is leaving the comfort of their home, the comfortable environment in which they're used to, and they are now going to go and interact with people from across the state, develop their network, develop relationships which will last them a lifetime. You referenced the State FFA Convention, and that is a wonderful event that captures about 4,000 students, teachers, and supporters as we all come together to talk about student success, but how to prepare for future goals and challenges.
Wow, and then you mentioned foreign opportunities?
There are opportunities for FFA members to travel internationally. And so it's, again, we want students to think outside of themselves, think bigger, and find ways that they can grow and develop. And for some, that's an international trip to study agriculture. I've had an opportunity to visit with a few members who have done that. It is life-changing when they start to learn that just because we do it a certain way, it doesn't mean it's the only way.
Right. You know, I didn't do FFA, but I participated in the MARL program, and we did an international trip to Croatia. So it was really interesting to see how they farmed and their agricultural practices in that country.
It's fun because you really see the person grow as an individual and again realize that you're part of something bigger, and that something bigger is agriculture. And there's so many opportunities for our young people. Our business partners often say we need more FFA members to come and be part of our team and be part of our employees because they work hard, they set goal, and they know how to contribute and give back to the programs that they're part of.
So FFA is beyond preparing students that have an interest in agricultural production, but on all aspects of agriculture. And you know, agriculture is extremely important to our state's economy. What are the different aspects of agriculture?
Oh, it's so wide range of how they can get involved. Everything from our what we consider agricultural production side to our natural resources, our sciences, our food science. You know, I have to give a shout out to the students who are involved with our food science career development event because they are taking a raw product or raw ingredients rather and developing a product, creating packaging, marketing, the nutrition labels, and then they're selling that to the judges. And you think about the life skills that those students develop because they see all areas of food, and everybody is connected to food. And that's why we're proud of our programs, because we bring everybody together and we celebrate around food, agriculture, natural resources.
We've heard a lot from a lot of self-proclaimed foodies tonight on the chat. So that's been a lot of fun because you're right. Everyone has a connection to food, whether you are planting it, growing it, harvesting it, whether you consider yourself a foodie or whether it's just like your favorite memory of the meal your mom made or your grandmother made. We all have a connection to food, and farmers do feed the world.
They certainly do, and they do it with a hard work ethic, a concern over the environment, and just overall knowing that they, again, are part of something bigger. And so, you know, for all of those who have invested in the Minnesota FFA Foundation in the past that kind of come through us through our commodities and through our agribusinesses, we say thank you. And this is an opportunity for you to give tonight, but it's also an opportunity for individuals to give something, to be part of this overall effort.
Yeah, I want to look at the total right now. It seems like we've increased. We are now at $43,871.17, 75 donors, 6 fundraisers. You can give tonight by going online to mnffafoundation.org. If you want to support Region 7, simply text MNFFA7 to, what's my number, Val? I forgot it. It's
71777?
Oh, yes, 71777. Thank you so much.
You bet.
And you want to thank the sponsors, don't you?
Oh, I certainly want to give a shout out to our sponsors, and I'll take a stab at the Blue Ribbon sponsors tonight. So we want to say thank you to the Olmsted Wabasha Corn and Soybean Growers, Precise Solutions, as well as the Southern Center for Agricultural Excellence.
Very good. Is there anything else we haven't touched on? We want to make sure that people know that if they are not watching this in real time, they can still give. But do you want to share one of your favorite FFA memories from, let's say, this year? Because a lot of people have said this year has been a very tough year. But what has FFA meant to you this year, Val?
You know, I think what I really noticed this year was the resilience of our teachers, our state staff, our students, because they were challenged in ways that we just didn't think was going to happen. We were preparing for a state FFA convention in person, and when that wasn't a reality, we all shifted gears, always staying focused on student success, how to celebrate and tell those stories. So I think it's that resiliency. I think that when I learned about Sleepy Eye FFA doing a cooking class, even though they had to do it with a lot of different situations happening, they still did it this summer because we're a year-long program, and that's what makes us so valuable. Other programs stepped up and they've met their students' needs virtually with check-in points throughout the year. So a big shout out to our teachers, our students for being resilient and finding ways to stay connected and stay involved in something bigger than themselves.
Right. And so we know that there are 35,000 students in the state of Minnesota that participate in FFA. How many agriculture teachers do we have in the state?
Well, we have 270 plus.
And how many do you need?
Oh, that's a great question. We know that there are programs that would open if we had a teacher ready to go there. So we have a shortage. If we had, 20 to 30 additional teachers per year, I'm confident we could place them. So that's, again, part of our effort. How do we support getting people into this profession? For some, it might be right out of high school. They go into an undergraduate program at one of the 3 universities that we've referenced, or it could be coming in as a second career option. Somebody might just feel the need, I want to give back. I want to be involved with students. I want to be where the energy is. Yeah. And so they might get their master's degree in agricultural education, and the University of Minnesota Twin Cities campus is an option for that. So again, the teachers are key, but we have over 270 of them currently.
Now, you mentioned that there is a wait list for school districts that want to start an agriculture program. What if there's a school district watching and they're like, we really want to start an ag program at our school? What are their options? What can they do?
Oh, well, we would love to have that conversation, and I would be a person that could help guide you to the right people. But what I would say is look at the programs that are being offered around the state. So if you're more of a metro one, you might want to have a conversation with a school district such as St. Paul, because they have learned how to integrate that into their school and really provide value to their students. If you're out in Greater Minnesota, look to a neighboring school and have a conversation with those agriculture teachers and make sure that they know that they could support a new program in the area.
So what I'm hearing is that FFA is available for all students no matter where you live, rural, Greater Minnesota, Twin Cities metro, suburbs. There's a spot for you in agriculture education.
As long as we've got a teacher to go there, we can serve them. And so that's the goal, is to get a teacher.
So that's why we need the funds tonight, because we want to make sure that we have enough funding to support these teachers, to support the students in these opportunities.
That is correct.
So in our next half hour, you're going to hear from Region 7 President Allie Swanson, Minnesota FFA Alumni President Corin Flood, and then Region 7 FFA members. Thanks so much for tuning in to the Great Minnesota Give Together.
Hey everyone, I'm Allie Swanson. Welcome to Region 7 in Southern Minnesota. We're so excited to have you. Farming is a backbone in our region, and we couldn't be more proud of that. We hope you enjoy hearing how FFA has changed our lives. See you soon!
Hi, my name is Olivia Seberg, and I'm one of the current presidents of the Mankato chapter. Last December, I received a $1,000 grant from National FFA For my SAE, I did expanding existing aquaponics system. Aquaponics system is 1,500 gallons and raises about 500 tilapia fish. There's also goldfish in there and bottom feeders to keep algae down. Okay, for the two different types of grow beds that we have a rock grow bed, which is right here, and then we have a floating raft bed, which is right here. The floating raft bed the water stays one level, it has aeration pipes to help aerate the water, it has 1 to 2 inch gap from the water to the foam at the top to help keeping the steady air movement. And the ribs are grown in small little cups, and the roots will fall through the slits and drink up the water. And then in the rock bed, it is always moving. It goes on a 30-minute cycle. The water will go up and down every 30 minutes. And the plants just sit there and the water goes up to them to keep them nice and hydrated. This aquaponics system has been running for roughly 4 months and has proven well built.
I'm doing an entrepreneurship SAE, and my business, if you will, is beekeeping. So now I'll take you with me as I check my beehive. All right, we're back and we're ready to rock and roll. This right here is my smoker. It's a common misconception that when beekeepers smoke the bees, it makes them think that there's a fire and then they go eat all the honey. That is not true. What the smoker actually does is mask the alarm signals. When the bees sense something that could be potentially dangerous to them, they'll put off a pheromone that lets them know, hey, something might go down. So this just masks the pheromone, I guess.
What you're looking at right now is a frame full of honey. You can see two very different colors right here. The lighter one, I assume, is where they're pollinating some wildflowers. And then I have no idea what they were pollinating here, but it was definitely darker. That is a frame full of bees. All this stuff right here is what we call brood. In essence, it is a whole bunch of baby bees.
While we are all sad that we cannot be in person at the Great Minnesota Get Together, we can all participate in the Great Minnesota Give Together through the Minnesota FFA Foundation. We take this unique opportunity to celebrate the accomplishments of FFA members and their supporters from across the state. The Minnesota FFA alumni and supporters work throughout the state to support agriculture education in the classroom as well as FFA chapters because we believe in the value of education in agriculture, food, and natural resources. As alumni and supporters, we work to engage, educate, and empower alumni groups at the local level to support the agriculture education program and the FFA advisor, who in turn ensures that all students have the ability to explore career pathways in agriculture, food, and natural resources. By supporting the work of the local ag educator, FFA programs, and the Minnesota FFA Association, we make a difference in the lives of students by providing them with the experiences and opportunities that will impact the ability of the next generation to provide the food and to be good stewards of the natural resources necessary to ensure our future. This fall, teachers are about to embark on more new challenges, which is why it is more important than ever to support our agriculture education and FFA programs. You see, this last spring really taught us the value of career and technical education and the importance of providing experiences that allow students to be exposed to and explore career opportunities in agriculture, as well as the opportunities to develop strong leadership skills that our country needs. More than ever, we see that what happens not only in the ag classroom, but throughout the relationships and connections made in FFA impacts the career paths that our members choose. I always love the fact that when I introduce myself, I get to say I am currently serving because my title changes frequently, but the fact that I joyfully serve FFA remains constant. You see, I started out serving FFA by simply baking a pan of brownies for an after-school FFA activity. I went on to serve with my local FFA chapter as an affiliate leader and then began serving at the region and state level. Throughout my involvement, I have been able to engage, educate, and empower the supporters who in turn impact the students at the local level. And yes, sometimes that means baking a pan of brownies. To find out how you can become more involved, please visit our website at mnffaalumni.org. We each can play a role to ensure the promise of agricultural education and FFA in Minnesota. So today, I invite you to contribute to the Great Minnesota Give Together so that we can continue to support the valuable programs in agriculture, food, and natural resources through Minnesota FFA.
Learning to do, doing to learn, earning to live, living to serve. The FFA motto is a great example of how FFA has had an impact on me. Learning to do. The first year that I was a part of FFA, I was unsure how I was going to fit in, being that I didn't raise any livestock or grow any crops. But before I knew it, my advisor was helping me get my first SAE started. My first SAE was raising pheasants. We went and picked up 30 baby pheasants, and I raised them to 8 weeks and then released them. Doing to learn. Throughout my FFA time, I participated in many CDEs. Some of them were tree speaking and forestry. That helped me to learn about the FFA program and enjoy learning new things about things that interest me. Earning to live. I currently work at AgriVival, a crop research company. My interest was sparked in this company due to FFA and the exposure I got to crops. Living to serve. I put a lot of my time in FFA towards giving back to the community. I gained so much from FFA, such as a ton of new friends and learning about agriculture in the community. So I wanted to give back and share this with others. I served as a chapter officer for 3 years. Some of my favorite events to plan were National FFA Week, Corn Drive, and the chapter banquet. Another way I found myself living to serve was my second SAE project, the Summer Ag program. I started this class in the community to share the knowledge I learned about our community ag programs with the younger kids in our community. This class was meant for elementary age students, and we got together once a week and we learned about all of the impacts agriculture has on everyday life, even in the little ways we barely even know.
And decided that teaching really is what I wanted to do and be involved in young people's lives, be involved in FFA and be involved in agriculture and promote ag literacy, and to really develop the dynamic and give back what I was given from my ag teacher, Mr. Kim Meyer and Albert Lee, who really gave me an opportunity to chase my dreams and was always there to kind of push me and say, hey, what do you think about this? Do you think you can do that? And that fueled and gave me the fire to go after the potential that he saw within me. And I think it's just a great opportunity to give young leaders that same chance to go after their dreams and develop and create their potential and move forward into what it is that they want to pursue, whether that's business, whether that's agriculture, whether that's leadership aspects. But FFA really gives you that dynamic, that three-circle model of the classroom, the knowledge level, the SAE, the supervised ag experience, and then looking at that mind frame of the leadership potential that you have in FFA. There's no better concept or dynamic or model out there to develop leaders and develop future agriculturalists than this concept of what FFA is. And what it gives young people is a true direction in life and career success that is second to none. And that's why we are the best leadership organization in the world, and why I'm so proud to be a part of FFA and the agricultural sector. So get after it, follow your dreams, do what it is that you want. Everybody's unique, everybody's got their own direction in life, but FFA allows you to find what it is that you excel at, develop those things, those strengths, but then also work on the weaknesses that you may have and really put that together to be the strongest you that you can be.
I wanted to become an ag teacher and FFA advisor because I wanted to be a positive influence on students. I really enjoy teaching and watching the students grow from their 7th grade year up through when they're done in college. I think my most memorable moment as a student would be getting to go to the National FFA Convention. I went the last year it was held in Kansas City and the first year that it was held in Louisville. So those are always fun memories, traveling in the school vans with your FFA advisor, and I really enjoyed it. As an FFA advisor, there's too many memories of student success to narrow it down. I enjoy watching them be successful in whatever they choose to do, and I like being there to cheer them on.
Greetings, Minnesota FFA. Karen Sheeler with Compeer Financial. One of the things that we do here at Compeer Financial is champion the hopes and dreams of rural America. And one of those dreams that we hope to champion is the future of young people like you who want to become ag teachers. Being an ag teacher is one of the most noble careers. Not only do you get to plant seeds physically, but you also get to plant seeds in young adults like yourself who want to make a difference in rural communities and agriculture.
Our program has grown a lot over the years, and some of our favorite things to do there is partake in as many region events as we can. We really focus on our best informed green hands, our younger members, and try to get them excited and involved right away from the beginning. Also, something that's really fun for our FFA chapter is the county fair every year, or most years, and hanging out with some of our fellow FFA chapters down here in our region, in our county. And then, I guess these past 4 years, I've served as being the region advisor, where I get to work with even more kids from our region and not just our own from our Blue Earth area chapter. So it's just been really fun getting to know more and more FFA members, and where my career choice and FFA experience has really landed me. A lot of the things I do and enjoy today in my personal life are really, I could contribute to my FFA days and going to the U of M. And being involved with the different things I was through the different programs there. So I guess the biggest thing was, or advice that I'd have for others, was just to become involved, and then you never know where it might lead you.
Kind of the big things that I focus on with kids, of course, contests I think are a lot of fun for students, and so general livestock is still one of my favorites. I'm really big into flowers. I got that love from my mother, and so I like the flower gardening stuff at USC, and then we've got some floriculture teams, nursery landscape teams, and those kind of things going on. But we're also really big into SAEs at USC. Big into promoting record keeping for kids and filling out their proficiency work portfolios in January, because I think those are some lifelong skills that our students are going to take with them as they get older. So contests are big here at USC. SAEs are big, state degrees, American degrees, and all that kind of stuff. So I think they've got a lot of really cool things for kids.
FFA experience began when I was a freshman in high school, and I took my first FFA class. Coming from a farm background, I had a general knowledge in agriculture and an overall interest in agriculture. And through FFA, I was able to see very different aspects within agriculture, whether it be the livestock or soils or the farm business management, CDEs that I competed in. I was able to kind of broaden my scope and learn a lot kind of in those years, in my high school years, and as well as some SAE projects related to my family's farm. And I learned how to set good goals and strive to achieve those goals. Especially around my SAE project on my farm, I started setting goals for myself within my family's operation. Within FFA, one of my goals was to become, a national finalist or national winner or American Star finalist and Star winner. And kind of starting as a freshman and kind of having some of them goals, we had a lot of guys in our chapter that were up for those kinds of awards, and I just kind of was like, I kind of want to do that too, and why can't I be that same person or achieve those same awards? So starting to set goals at a young age like that, really think out kind of long term what I wanted to do, and that helped me with my career. Not kind of knowing really what I wanted to do when I was younger. I enjoyed going out to the farm, but then comes a certain point in time where you actually have to get put to work, and you have things to do. And so I wasn't really sure what I wanted to do. And kind of setting them goals through my SAE projects really helped me out and kind of taking a heightened interest in our farming operation.
Those projects consisted of me working on my family's farm, where we grow corn, soybeans, oats, and raise hogs. So my project worked with them. FFA was a very important part of my upbringing in agriculture. It opened my horizons to the new opportunities and the possibilities within the field, instead of just being on the family farm, Roxy. you got to explore the different avenues and see that it's more than just a small glimpse in your family operation. FFA also helped me grow the desire to move on into a higher level of education in agriculture. It pushed me to go to Kirkwood Community College in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, where I obtained 2 associate's degrees in precision ag and crop production.
The skills that I gained from these CDEs were tremendous in helping prepare me for professional skills for my now career, where I serve as a crop insurance agent, and I get to help farmers manage their risk with crops and Mother Nature. So every day on a day-to-day basis, I'm presenting new products and talking to farmers about the crop insurance tools to hopefully help them have a successful year. Throughout FFA, my SAE project was hog production, being I grew up on a hog farm and I also showed pigs throughout 4-H and FFA. And standing right behind me, you can see that my SAE project in hog production came, what you could say, full circle. 2 years ago, me and my husband put up this hog barn. It's 2,400 head wean to finish barn. And so the SAE and hog production in my high school years really helped prepare me for the day-to-day activities in the barn, as well as any paperwork that needed to be done and records, but then also how to talk to the public about raising pigs and representing the industry on a state and national level.
From the Region 7 officer team, we can't thank you enough for all of your support. Thank you.
Good evening and welcome back to the Minnesota FFA Foundation Great Minnesota Give Together. I'm Jasmine Stringer, your co-host, along with the lovely
Val Archbold. Nice to be with you tonight, Jasmine.
Now, Val, I forgot to thank our sponsor for the Region 7 video.
We'll give a good shout out. Those stories were brought to you by the Minnesota Farmers Union Foundation. So thank you for investing in us, not only tonight, but throughout the entire year.
And we're missing the Minnesota Farmers Union Foundation and all their yummy food at the Great Minnesota Get Together.
Oh, now you made me think of the things we're missing. But tonight we're celebrating the things that we still have. And that is this opportunity to celebrate students through this event tonight.
Yeah, this is really an opportunity to plant a seed in the life of a young adult, a student in the state of Minnesota. We know that agriculture is so much more than production crops, and we are really investing in the students and advisors and agriculture teachers through your donations tonight.
So we ask you to get involved and to give, and it can be a contribution of $10, or it could be up to one of our higher levels that would get you a thank you gift. At the $25 level, it's a duffel bag. At the $100 level, it's a Minnesota FFA Foundation Telethon t-shirt. And at the $1,000 level, it's a beautiful giclée, a print that was designed for the Minnesota FFA Foundation. It's called We Live to Share. So again, think about those gifts that you get, but more importantly, think about the gifts that you are giving to others.
So I was looking at the screen there, and I see that we are at $44,000, $230 for the evening. I'd love for us to get the $45,000 before the end of the night. We know that we are trying to raise $92,000 for the 92nd year of FFA in the state of Minnesota, and I believe that can be done because we know that people will be rewatching replays because this is going to live online for a while. And you can give by visiting mnffafoundation.org. If you want to support a particular region like Region 8, simply text MNFFA 8 to 71777.
It's not too late to get your dollars in on this total. And as Jasmine so nicely said, it's about celebrating where we are today, but looking ahead to our future. And we are getting ready to embark on year number 92. So we hope you'll join us.
Okay, Val, so give me a little FFA translation. What's an SAE?
A supervised agricultural experience program. So that is a student's individual plan that they work on with their advisor to help them grow and develop skills that are relevant and of value to them.
Okay, we got a lot of comments about the SAE in the last round of videos. Interesting to see the behind the scenes look at your SAE. Well done, Olivia. Olivia, your SAE is amazing and so interesting. I enjoyed seeing your SAE, Keegan. Very interesting and such an awesome SAE. So this investment tonight, this small donation, allows these students to have these wonderful projects and do this outstanding work.
So we hope you invest in it. We've got so many stories to tell. We were only able to share a few of them with you tonight, but we would encourage you to get involved, to give tonight, to give in the future if you're watching this at a later date, and help us celebrate our students. We have a few more great stories to share.
Yeah, so coming up this hour, we have Region 8 President Nicole Kozalik, sorry, Nicole, barrel racer and inspirational speaker Amberly Snyder. What an amazing story. Special music by Kentucky FFA member, singer and songwriter Sam L. Smith. And then we're going to hear from the Region 8 FFA members.
A lot is happening. We're glad you're with us, and we're going to tell those stories now.
And don't forget to make your donation. After all, it is the Great Minnesota Give Together.
Hello everyone, I'm Nicole Kozalik, the Region 8 FFA President. Region 8 is made up of 32 chapters all across southeastern Minnesota. I am proud to introduce the many members, alumni, parents, advisors, and supporters that make our region so great.
Hello Minnesota FFA, Amberly Snyder here. I am super excited to at least share a little bit of my life with you. So I have ridden horses my whole life, and in 2010 I was involved in a rollover truck accident, leaving me paralyzed from the waist down. I returned to competing in rodeo with a seatbelt on my saddle 18 months after that day. I am now a professional barrel racer as well as a keynote speaker, and Netflix came out with a movie about my story that came out last year called Walk, Ride, Rodeo. I hope you have seen it. If you haven't, get it together. But what I want to share with you is how I feel like the FFA has honestly inspired me to be the person that I am. So I was serving as the Utah State FFA president in 2009. I had written my retiring address on overcoming obstacles. Well, in January 2010, when I was involved in my accident, that left me starting life over in my chair. Not only was I trying to figure that out, but I was living that speech. So 2 months to the day after my accident, our Utah State FFA convention began. I did not walk on that stage like I planned. I wheeled on it. Well, I was able to share that message of the ability that sometimes maybe we don't always know we have. Life has a way of throwing us curveballs or challenges that maybe we didn't always see. This was definitely one of those for me. But giving that speech was one of the moments that reminded me, or even showed me again, what I was capable of. Maybe my life had not gone the way that I'd planned. Maybe what I thought I was going to see for the future was now different. But it was up to me on what I was going to do with it. Every single one of you is going to have challenges like that. They might not be like mine. You might not even see them on the outside. Maybe they're just on the inside. But every single one of us has obstacles. Every single one of us has challenges. I promise you, you are capable of overcoming the ones that are thrown your way. Lean on the FFA. Why? Because there are people in it who will always support you, that believe in you, that know you are capable of more than you even think. The FFA helped me believe in myself. It gave me the tools to be a motivational speaker now. It gave me the ability to talk to people and make friends, which of course we all want to do. Lean on your FFA chapter, on your advisor, on the people you meet at convention, whatever it may be. Be involved in the FFA because I promise it will change your life. Now I get to be a keynote speaker. I travel around all across the country and even internationally. Not really right now, obviously I'm making a video, but it is something that I get to do and I love doing. And maybe I'll get to see you guys somewhere down the road.
Behind me here, I have 4 does and one of our show pens that me and my brothers will be showing at the end of August at the Minnesota Youth Livestock Expo. I personally enjoy showing does a little bit more than mothers. One of my favorite parts about showing all goats is trying different feeds and seeing how they improve on the different feeds. Another key part in raising boar goats is being able to breed them. So this year, between my brother, my grandpa, and my uncle, we are breeding 37 does to 3 bucks. Breeding and kidding goats takes a lot of planning. We have to take in consideration both the strengths and weaknesses of the doe and the buck to create the best pairing so that we have kids that are competitive in the show ring.
We are fortunate as well as to be a chapter that focuses on citizenship and giving back. We are very active with our community, hosting corn drive each year, running a student-led food drive, as well as our Fall Frolic for Food 5K. We always are striving to give back to those in need and to our community. The Minnesota FFA Foundation has been very gracious, and we've been very fortunate to be recipients of a legacy grant, and many times when this has been fortunate to have this, we utilize the funds to help build study materials and build the library of prep materials for our teams. And since its inception, we have been winners of the Blue Jackets Bright Future program for many of our members throughout the years, and this is something that they've truly enjoyed taking part in, and many of those members take that jacket and let that experience of that coat take them many places, not only locally, but they've become region officers and had the opportunity to go many places that that jacket maybe wouldn't have allowed otherwise.
Good day. I'm Randall Doyle, CEO of Alcorn Clean Fuel in Claremont, Minnesota. We're a proud sponsor of FFA, particularly Region 7 and 8 in our area. Alcorn Clean Fuel is an ethanol plant located in Claremont. We've been an ethanol producer since 1996, and we started at 10 million gallons per year. Today we're running at 125 million gallons per year pace, so we've grown a lot over the years. We're very excited to be a part of the agricultural community, and we do believe in the future of farming. Personally, I'm very proud of our ability to sponsor FFA, because there's something very special about kids who are part of FFA. They seem to be involved, interested, intelligent, inquisitive. They're excited. They want to do things. They want to grow things, to make things happen. One of the reasons that I'm very proud of is that we're creating great jobs out here in the countryside. And I'm looking forward to having kids who grow up in FFA come and become a part of that. That's why I want to introduce you to someone who joined our staff recently. Welcome to our lab. The requirements of making higher purity ethanol for industrial applications, like we did with the pandemic coming out, required additional testing and lots more equipment in our lab. On top of that, we needed more people. That's where Danielle Leyland came in. Danny came to us wanting a job, and we were excited to have her, but not maybe as excited as she was to be here. Danielle is a former FFA kid like yourselves, and a shining example of what's possible when you put your heart and your mind into your job.
I am from Owatonna, and I did my 4 years in the Owatonna FFA program. My last 2 years, to my junior year, I was the Sentinel, and my senior year, I was the reporter for the Owatonna FFA chapter. I participated in small animal care and horse judging. My family wasn't in the agriculture industry, so as soon as I went into high school, I got involved in FFA through one of my ag teachers. Before I started high school and joined FFA, I was the quietest little person you could ever meet. And through FFA, I've gone through so many conferences and went to FFA state and then went to nationals for two years. So expanding my knowledge and expanding where I go in the agriculture industry, everything just opened up as soon as I walked through that door.
I first got involved in Region 8 FFA when I was in 8th grade. When I think back to what it's taught me, I don't really know where to even begin because there's just so many different things and experiences I had that helped shape me into who I am today. But back in 8th grade, I was super shy and wasn't one to want to speak in front of groups or even answer questions at camp, let alone lead a group of people or try something brand new. But through FFA, through camp, I learned how to really step out of my comfort zone and kind of embrace that uncomfortable feeling that comes with trying something new. Through doing different career development events and leadership development events, I started to learn new skills and realized that as long as I found people to help me learn those things, that it was really great to experience new things and learn alongside other people. And I also started to learn that I loved to work with other people and lead a team, and really got to figure out what those leadership skills look like for me.
Being an FFA member changed my life in 3 very distinct ways. First, it expanded my network. Second, it broadened my perspective of the world. And 3, it provided numerous opportunities. I will never forget that first district leadership contest where it was so evident that there were untold numbers of people to meet, to learn from, and to have fun with. Over the years, that network has just continued to grow, and I am so thankful for it. I will never forget getting off the bus in Washington, D.C. for Leadership Conference. This small town kid's view of the world was forever altered, and subsequent state conventions and national conventions only served to broaden my questions and ask from a curiosity perspective, what was my role in the world? And finally, the wealth of opportunities. People were always there to help me. They helped me identify my strengths, which is a pretty hard thing to do as a kid.
Hi, my name is Steve Kozalik, and along with Ed Terry, we are the co-trustees on the James W. Tracy Trust that benefits the Minnesota FFA Foundation and the Randolph FFA chapter. Jim Tracy was a native of Denison, Minnesota, a graduate of Northfield High School, and farmed his family farm right outside of Denison his entire lifetime. Upon his passing in 2014, Mr. Tracy left his estate to the FFA, 40 acres of farmland, which the Randolph FFA chapter inherited, that they're using as a learning laboratory, and the balance of the estate that's being liquidated, and the money will be invested by the Minnesota FFA Foundation with the sole purpose of providing scholarships to kids coming into agriculture across the state of Minnesota, both 2-year and 4-year programs. What a tremendous gift and a tremendous legacy Mr. Tracy left agriculture in the state. His legacy is going to live on for generations as kids get educated in agriculture, come back to work in ag in the state of Minnesota, and continue to support agricultural programs and youth programs for generations to come. So thank you to Mr. Tracy for this gift. Thank you to you for your support of the Minnesota FFA Foundation, the Minnesota FFA Association, and Region 8 FFA.
Wise men say only fools rush in, but I can't tell, falling in love with you. Shall I
support FFA because we believe in leadership through challenges. The year 2020 has brought unprecedented challenges to our schools, our businesses, our communities, and beyond. As a business, we have had to alter the way we do business with our customers. We have had to change the way our storefront looks. We have had to alter the way we communicate with patrons, vendors, customers, prospects, and our employees. And these changes had to happen fast. In our schools, our students, chapter advisors, and chapter officers had to do the same as they have worked through the challenge of 2020. We believe that the FFA members who are current leaders, who are current learners, and who are currently growing through the program will be well equipped to lead agriculture in the future by the way they have had to redesign leading FFA from the local chapter level through the national officer team. All-American Co-op is proud to continue our support of Minnesota FFA. We wish every member and every chapter the best of luck through the school year of 2020-2021. May you set your goals, may you reach your goals, and may you continue to learn and grow in this great youth organization.
My agriculture story started when I was about the age of 3 in the show ring at my county fair. I have grown up on my family's dairy farm for the past 18 years where I've gotten to see and experience agriculture firsthand. However, it wasn't until I joined FFA that I gained a community of other students who were also passionate about agriculture. The first thing that caught my eye when I joined FFA was the support that all the members had for each other and that there were advisors and mentors to help encourage us and invest in us in our journey throughout FFA. From my first FFA conference in 9th grade to traveling across the country to Washington, D.C. for the WLC conference, I have gained so many connections, leadership skills, and knowledge of agriculture as a whole. I know that FFA has changed my life and so many other students' lives for the better. And I know that with your support, we can continue to do that throughout the generations to come.
One day he'll be that farmer like his grandpa before him, working hard for his family up early every morning, revving up his own John Deere, pouring out his own blood and tears. This future farmer's got it in his heart, and his FFA Blue Jacket's where it starts. He's got brothers and sisters all across this land, wearing them all blue jackets, this country's in their hands. They're gonna work the earth, put the food on the table. They're gonna lead the way, as long as they're able. Don't worry, America, these blue jackets have you covered. Tall corn is growing. She helped her daddy plant it, and they didn't know it. They might lose every sprout if it came along summer drought. She folds her hands and prays all season long. With her blue jacket on, she's got brothers and sisters all across this land, wearing them all blue jackets. This country's in their hands, and they're gonna work the earth, put the food on the table. They're gonna lead the way, as long as they're able. Don't worry, America, these blue jackets have you covered. On my back, tell my story in my song. And these are my traditions that I'm gonna carry on. And I'll wear these colors proudly, like I was raised to do. Can I get someone to say, hey, I'm a blue jacket too? I'm a blue jacket too. I've got brothers and sisters all across this land, wearing them old blue jackets. This country's in their hands. They're gonna work the earth, put the food on the table. They're gonna lead the way as long as they're able. Don't worry, America, these blue jackets have it covered.
All I can say is wow. Now you see why I am so proud of Region 8. From the talent acts to the strong SAE projects, and with the guidance of alumni, parents, advisors, and supporters, our region members are ready for anything life has in store. Thank you for supporting Region 8 FFA and the Minnesota FFA Foundation.
Woo! We are so excited. Welcome back to the Minnesota FFA Foundation Great Give Together. We are almost to the end of our night with you, and we want to say thank you so much for hanging in and for streaming us at home. Right now, our grand total is $44,904. Val, what's the question?
Who is going to be the person to put us over the $45,000 mark tonight?
Will it be you? We need you. We're counting on you. Please go to your computer and donate. MNFFAfoundation.org.
So don't delay. Get your gift in now, and we've got some thank you gifts for you. We've got the duffel bag for $25 and above, the t-shirt that commemorates tonight's event, as well as this beautiful limited edition signed and numbered by the artist, Miss Bonnie Moore, print, and we want to give that to you. Those dollars will be invested back into the quality programs that we've talked about all night long. So be the one to click us over.
Woo! We just got it. We just made it, but that doesn't mean that you can't continue to donate. Even though we've hit 45,000, we still want you to donate, but we want to say thank you so much for supporting us and supporting FFA tonight.
What a wonderful night we've had. I thank you, Jasmine, for being a wonderful co-host and sharing your energy and passion for all things agriculture and young. I think my favorite part of your event tonight was planting the seeds of hope, because that's what we're doing. We're investing in the future. And among all these challenges, there is so much hope, there is so much promise, and it all starts with our youth.
Yeah, I'm leaving with Mr. Munoz saying that opportunity leads to opportunity. And I know that FFA is really about leadership and life skills and helping students become their truest self. What a powerful statement.
Well, we don't want the fun to stop. So, of course, you're going to be able to watch this on our YouTube channel moving forward. But I also want to give a shout out. The Minnesota State FFA officers have been hard at work creating a program to help you enjoy and experience the Minnesota State Fair, even though we aren't there in person. So check out the Minnesota FFA Association's Facebook site to learn more about the fairly awesome virtual state fair. But
yeah, and I want to make sure that we thank our sponsors one more time tonight. Thank you to our Purple Ribbon sponsors, Ag Country Farm Credit Services, Cargill, Compeer Financial, Minnesota Farm Bureau Foundation, Minnesota Farmers Union Foundation, and a thank you to our Blue Ribbon sponsors, Val.
That would be the Olmsted Wabasha Corn and Soybean Growers, Precise Solutions, and the Southern Minnesota Center for Agricultural Excellence. On behalf of the 35,000 students enrolled in our programs, the 270 plus teachers that are impacting students across the state, and between myself and Jasmine, we want to say
thank you so much, and don't forget to thank a farmer.
Yes.
Good night.
Hello, my name is Colin Bracewell. I am a student at the University of Minnesota, and I will be playing a song in salute to Minnesota FFA. This is Not Today. be so close. I can see this all working out for me. I've had dreams, another never be reality. But I can see it's all working out for me. Just